One of the more enjoyable series I made, specifically because of my personal interest in petrol heading, was a classic car collection of great British marques, featuring an introductory title, Classic British Cars, followed by 4 breed specifics, Austin, Ford, Vauxhall, and of course, Triumph. Some of these models I owned, but most were generously handed over for drives, so I could learn the feel of these sturdy and solid pieces of vintage 4-wheel motoring for myself. One particular piece of my personal motoring history was my link to my mother's 1937 Austin 10 called Tilly. To cut a long story short, my mother sold Tilly in the late 1960s for £30. 40 years later, I found her and bought her back for £1,000. She had literally just sat next to an old Daimler for 40 years with just a monthly engine start to see if she was still alive. Tilly will be the topic for another day. For now, of course, my grateful thanks for all the restorers and owners of some of the most unique models in the world of vintage and veteran cars. For old petrol heads of a similar age to me, I hope you spot models that you drove in your own lifetimes. Slanch Liam Dale. The evolution of the motorcar marks one of the most groundbreaking developments in the history of mankind. Since the first conceptual inklings drawn up by Leonardo da Vinci, through to the introduction of steam, electric and diesel-powered vehicles, the motorcar has completely transformed our way of life. Amongst the many British names that have paved the way for the modern motor, there are a few that highlight a particularly glorious period in Britain's car-making history and make up a fine range of classic collectibles. During the halcyon days of British motor manufacturing, names such as Daimler, Bentley, and Rover were all earning their iconic status, with character, class and calibre being the order of the day. British-made, yet world-famous models such as the Jaguar E-Type and Rolls-Royce cars all made their appearance, and today they encapsulate the uniqueness and aptitude of Britain's most glorious motoring era. For many, the classic car has become an all-time passion. Some people find their hobby by investing in one collectible, some acquire a whole range of models, and others make it their lifelong allegiance. The latter was certainly true for people like Frederick Henry Royce, Charles Rolls, and Sir William Lyons, to name but a few founding names of the great classic car manufacturers. The story of how such people came to establish the great companies of this special era make this topic even more fascinating. Take for example Frederick Royce and his climb to success, starting off life as the son of an impoverished miller to become a leader of one of the world's most famous car manufacturing businesses. The story of Frederick Royce certainly demonstrates one of rags to riches. His business partner, Charles Rolls, on the other hand, had a completely different background. Son to Lord and Lady Llangattock, Rolls was born into a life of wealth and luxury. Who could have foreseen the remarkable result when these two men crossed paths? But But not all of the great marques, such as Rolls-Royce, remain today, and over the years some have merged together or been taken over by other companies. This was true in the case of Bentley, although the circumstances of how this happened are somewhat intriguing. Having fallen into serious debt, Bentley Motors was set for takeoff by Napier, a company Walter Bentley himself had been in talks with concerning a new sports car. However, before the deal had been finalised, an unknown bidder made an offer of over £20,000. This was a hefty sum for the early 1930s, and one that couldn't be refused. But who was the anonymous buyer? It's believed that this was revealed to Walter Bentley during a cocktail party where his wife happened to overhear a conversation. The mystery buyer turned out to be Rolls-Royce. These are just a couple of the fascinating stories behind Britain's motoring legacy, and there are plenty more to discover. As a true celebration of this famous classic car heritage, there's a superb collection of cars lined up, waiting for your attention. All that's left for you to do now is to sit back and enjoy the great British classics. When it comes to British sports car manufacturing, there's one name that cannot go unmentioned, and that's MG. One of MG's most renowned sporting numbers, a highly successful model on both sides of the Atlantic, was the MGA. This is an early model from 1956, and it's a fairly new investment. The collector previously owned another of MG's classic creations, an MG TD Midget, but swapped it a year ago for this much-loved all-time classic. Featuring a 1500cc engine, this superb example usually takes to the road at least once a week, and has undergone a slight refurbishment project to get it into tip-top shape. The sleek MGA series first appeared in 1955. However, it was many years before this time that the company had made its initial impact on the motoring scene. Cecil Kimber, the founder of MG, developed a passion for motor vehicles at an early age and was destined to make his own contribution to the industry. Racing motorbikes, becoming assistant to the chief engineer at Sheffield Simplex, then moving on to AC cars, Kimber went through a series of jobs before working for William Morris. During his time working at the Morris garages, Kimber produced the first MG model. Although there was very little to distinguish the Morris and MG cars apart at first, Kimber soon developed a sporting edge that would go on to grab global recognition. Like most of the great British marques of the classic car-making era, things didn't always go to plan for MG. War, financial worries, and business disagreements all played their part. Nevertheless, MG produced some excellent models, finding a particular niche in producing neat little two-seater sports cars. It was with the advent of the MGA that the company stepped into a new and very modern era of styling. Post-war MG cars had previously looked like restyled pre-war models, but with the masterful designs of Sidney Eniver, this was all about to change. Doing away with its previous square-shaped looks, a more curvaceous and lower-sitting body was created. Not only did these features enhance the car's sporty appearance, but the low centre of gravity also made it very nimble and easy to handle on corners. Even so, the old MG design methods of using a separate chassis and detachable front door side screens for open-top models were still maintained. In fact, the public had already been given an indication of what MG were planning 4 years before the MGA actually arrived, when George Phillips had driven a rebodied TD midget in the 1951 Le Mans race. The appearance was so different to that of the original TD midget, it was almost unbelievable to imagine that it was the same car underneath. MG proposed that a road-going version of this car would be a suitable replacement for the fading TD midget, but BMC, MG's parent company at the time, chose to concentrate on building the Austin Healey 100 instead. The TF midget went on to replace the TD, although it soon became apparent that this wasn't enough to impress the public, hence the MGA was released. The model's new and fresh style was very well received, and a coupe version, which became standard in 1956, was available throughout the MGA's production. The coupe carried off the good looks of the open top perfectly, even mimicking its soft top profile. The MGA's exquisite appearance was equally matched by its performance, taking its engine from the new BMC B series with a cubic capacity of nearly 1500 cc's. A top speed of 98 miles per hour was achievable. However, this was soon improved upon with the advent of the MGA twin cam in 1958. With 108 brake horsepower and a 1.6-litre engine, the new MGA variant could reach 113 miles per hour. As the performance statistics suggest, the twin cam wasn't designed to be an everyday runaround and was essentially aimed for competition use. Other mechanical refinements included four-wheel disc brakes, uprated suspension, and special centre-locking steel disc wheels. In theory, the twin cam should have been a bestseller. However, an expensive price tag, along with a reputation for unreliability, meant that the plan to make 2,500 of these models was not followed through. With the proposed production figure falling short by almost 400, MG decided to use the leftover car parts in an exclusive deluxe MGA Mark II model. Only one major factor distinguished the Mark II from the normal twin-cam model, and that was the engine. Today, the deluxe variant is highly sought after. Next to come in the MGA range was the 1600. Brakes were improved from the original model, with discs to the front wheels, whilst drums remained to the rear. New front lights were also fitted, and the windows now featured sliding perspex. During production of the 1600, MG was facing tough competition from its rivals, most significantly Triumph, who were also offering an attractive sports car package in their TR range. The MGA 1600 was, however, a cut above the rest, and one of the most successful members of the MGA range. Despite its outstanding reception, a Mark II variant was introduced in 1961. The Mark II, with a slightly larger engine capacity and a higher gearing, upped the maximum speed of the 1600 from 101 to a recorded 103 miles per hour. Other changes included new horizontal tail lamps and a redesign of the radiator grille, which now featured inset slats. Production of the 1600 Mark II lasted for just 1 year and was the last of the MGA range. It was a very hard act to follow, but MG had already prepared themselves, producing a superb car that yet again went beyond the boundaries. The replacement came in the form of the MGB, which went on to serve an illustrious production period for the next 20 years. The MGA was a major step forward for MG, marking a new era in sports car design. For many classic car enthusiasts today, the MGA is a firm favourite, and it's no surprise to find it standing amongst the finest car collections. With its colourful character, revolutionised styling and valiant performance, the MGA is undoubtedly one of Britain's greatest classics. One of the most significant milestones for Britain's motoring history was the arrival of Daimler, the first series production car business ever to be established in the country. One famous classic Daimler was the Conquest. This particular model, known as the Conquest Century, was manufactured in 1957 and makes up the last generation in the range. This vehicle is a fairly recent investment for its current owner, but, as you can see, it's been well maintained and retains the distinct quality and poise that Daimler became so famous for. The foundation of Britain's Daimler Corporation actually originated in Germany, where Gottfried Daimler patented an engine design in the late 1800s. Gottfried has often been associated with the invention of the first motor car. However, some people would dispute this, as there were others credited with similar achievements around the same time, Carl Benz being a notable example. It seems impossible to name one true pioneer, although it's certain that the Daimler engine helped shape the future of the motor car that we've come to know and love today. By the time the Daimler Corporation had introduced the Conquest model, all ties with the German company had ceased, with British Daimler functioning as a completely autonomous business. The Daimler name is a fundamental part of Britain's motoring history, and one of its most famous associations has been with the royal family. The first royal member to drive a car was Queen Victoria's son, Edward VII, and what other make could he have possibly chosen than a Daimler with royal family's German ancestry? The famous marque went on to serve the royals for many years to come, further reinforcing Daimler's high-quality image. However, the question still remains: just how did the German name become so well established in Britain? The story begins with Frederick Sims and his encounter with Gottfried Daimler in the late 1800s. Sims saw a lot of potential in Daimler's engine design and soon snapped up the patent rights, forming his own company called the Daimler Motor Syndicate. Sims imported the engines for a boat-making business on Eel Pie Island, after which the boats were used on London's River Thames. It wasn't until Harry J. Lawson came along in 1895 that the Daimler engine found its way out of the water and onto dry land, with Lawson buying up the patent rights to be able to use the Daimler engines in his car-making business. But Britain wasn't ready for motorcars with such powerful engines just yet. As the law stood, it was illegal for a vehicle to be driven along a public road without somebody walking in front of it, waving a flag. This certainly wasn't a problem for the steam-driven vehicles, but for the new up-and-coming motorcar, something had to change, and as luck would have it, the law was repealed in 1896. Just how much this was entirely down to luck is debatable, as Lawson happened to have some very influential friends in high places, which some believe played its part. Whatever the truth of the matter, the law change marked a major step forward for British motoring, and car innovation began to boom. It was quite a few years later, 1953 to be precise, that Daimler's Conquest range made its first appearance. As a replacement to the Daimler Consort, the Conquest was shorter, lighter and far more contemporary, leading Daimler into the new post-war era. Whilst modernising the image of the company, the Conquest also maintained an air of classic Daimler tradition, with its plush wood and leather interior furnishings, as well as Daimler's trademark upright grille. A short-stroke, six-cylinder engine with around 2.4 litre capacity gave the Conquest a brake horsepower of 75. 0 to 60 was a recorded 16.3 seconds, and a maximum speed of 87 miles per hour was a very respectable performance for the four-door saloon. During the very first year of the Conquest production, another variant with roadster body was launched. Featuring the same engine specifications, but carrying a lighter load, the two-door sports number gave a top speed of 100 miles per hour. Again, in keeping with Daimler's traditional looks, the grille was kept the same however, sporting a fully alloyed body with bonnet air intakes and fashionable tail fins. The Conquest Roadster was a unique fusion between the old and the new, which some people considered to be quite a quirky looking package. The next Daimler model to be added to the range was a drophead coupe variant. The model featured here was the Mark II derivative and displays an effortless refinement of the Mark I. The Conquest Sentry, as it was known, made its way onto the market by 1954 and featured a very neat, power-assisted folding convertible roof. The Mark II was named the new Conquest Drophead Coupe, and it's believed that only 54 examples of this Conquest Sentry variant were ever completed. The Conquest cars became a popular series for Daimler and finally came to the end of production in 1957. By the summer of 1960, the company had been purchased by Jaguar, which continued to produce Daimler-badged cars until 1967. Even so, the famous Daimler name still lives on, continuing to be admired in some of the greatest classic car collections in the world. Having produced such models as the Conquest range, and as a pioneering force in the development of the motor vehicle, Daimler will always be remembered as one of the most significant names in British motor. One of the most legendary names in British car manufacturing has to be Jaguar. From its roots in the seaside town of Blackpool as a sidecar manufacturing business, to its cutting-edge designs and engineering of world-famous motorcars, Jaguar has truly helped to define Britain's classic car heritage. One of its finest creations is, of course, the Jaguar E-Type, an undisputably excellent car. This 1969 soft top fell into the hands of its current owner more than 25 years ago, over which time the car has received some serious attention. Today, this immaculate model is the perfect mode of transport for a pleasant weekend break and has been enjoyed in some beautiful settings, such as the scenic landscape of Ireland. The launch of the E-Type may have grabbed worldwide media attention, but the Jaguar name had been a globally recognised icon long before, and it's hard to conceive it could be called anything else. However, it was only after 20 years in business that Sir William Lyons, founder of Jaguar, eventually christened the company with the alluring name. Lyons first set up his business in 1922, called the Swallow Sidecar Company. 4 years later, he was also making coachwork. By the early 30s, he was producing his own cars, the SS1 and SS2. It wasn't until the 1940s that Sir William made the very wise decision to change the company's name. And in 1948, Jaguar Cars launched its fastest motorcar yet, the XK120. As it turned out, the XK range went on to become an intrinsic part of the Jaguar E-Type. The E-Type was launched at the Geneva Motor Show in March 1961 and stole the limelight, making front-page motoring news in no time at all. Faster than any other car on the road at the time, and in fact for many years to come, demand for the model soared to extraordinary heights, which were hard to keep up with. Along with its speed and stylish curves, the Jaguar E-Type also had an attractive price tag at less than £2,100 for the open two-seater, plus an extra £100 for the fixed-head coupe version. The car undercut its ultimate rival, the Aston Martin DB4, by a third. The three main components that make up the E-Type include the monocoque body shell, which is bolted onto the engine, and two subframes which are attached to the rear suspension. But from where did this iconic car of the 60s inherit its good looks? For this, we simply turn to Jaguar's 3 times Le Mans winner of the 50s, the D-Type racing car. The E-Type incorporated all its best attributes, utilising the wishbone and coil spring independent suspension, multi-tubular front chassis frame and its sensational sculptured body, as masterminded by aerodynamicist Malcolm Sayer. For power, Jaguar looked to the latest of its XR range and fitted the triple SU carburettor, 6-cylinder twin-cam engine with 3.8 litre capacity. A 4-speed Moss gearbox was used, which had been a feature in all Jaguars since the 30s. And although it was considered a little too elderly for the modern car at the time, today this is one of the features that warmly characterises the original E-Types. By 1965, the new E-Type 4.2 had arrived. Changes included the installation of an all-synchromesh gearbox, as developed by Jaguar, improved headlamps and brakes, an alternator, as well as a few minor interior trim changes. The engine was enlarged to the 4.2-litre XK engine, whilst the body remained the same. In Jaguar's efforts to make the E-Type more family-friendly, another version, the 2+2, was introduced in 1966 and incorporated more headspace and wheelbase length. This extension also gave enough room to provide an automatic gearbox. As ever, export sales heavily relied upon the market in America, but US legislation was getting tougher, and Jaguar had to replace the triple SU carburetors with twin Strombergs in export cars. The most visible alteration to the 4.2 was the switch from glass headlight covers to exposed lamps, but even more changes were coming with the advent of the Series 2 E-Type in 1968. The second Series 4.2 is particularly identifiable from the boot lid badge, larger wraparound bumpers and bigger tail lights positioned below the bumper. Air conditioning, accommodated by a larger mouth opening on the bonnet, and power steering became an option on all models, and visible enhancements included a more angled windscreen on the 2+2 to give an even smoother profile. Front lights on all models were moved further forward, and technical aspects such as the brakes were improved, and a dual fan was also incorporated. The last generation E-Type, the Series 3, also known as the E-Type 5.3, arrived in 1971. Bumpers were bigger, and the engine was now a 5.3-litre V12, but even so, this model was seen more as a grand tourer than sports car. The longer wheelbase of the 2+2 was used for the open two-seater models as well as the fixed head versions, and flared wheel arches, a chrome grille and the V12 boot lid badge gave the Series 3 its identity. A cluster of 4 chrome exhaust pipes at the rear centre of the car was also a noticeable feature. A few of these models were still fitted with the 4.2-litre engine, although on the whole, the Series 3, now with power steering as standard, gave a more refined ride. Leather replacing the wooden steering wheel was a luxurious finishing touch. The Series 3 may have been the last of the E-Type range to be produced, but it went on to inspire the creation of many other great cars. Jaguar's XJS took on a lot of the driving qualities of the E-Type, becoming a bestseller when the convertible version was introduced. A more recent Jaguar creation of 1996 was the XK8. Available in stylish coupe and convertible models and powered by a V8 engine, the XK8 encapsulates the finest qualities of Jaguar sports car making and is considered by many to be the true successor of the E-Type. Another stunning follow-up, the F-Type concept car, was made in 2000. The final 50 E-Type models were made in 1975. Each one was painted black and displayed a commemorative plaque with Sir William Lyon's signature. Staggeringly, over 70,000 E-Types were made in the course of its production life. A legend even in its early days, the Jaguar E-Type is a timeless masterpiece with worldwide acclaim. It is unquestionably one of Britain's greatest classic cars. Like so many of Britain's pioneering car companies, Rover began business in bicycle manufacturing, although, if truth be told, its evolution can actually be traced back to a sewing machine company in Coventry, founded by Josiah Turner and James Starley in 1861. James's nephew, John Kemp Starley, went on to create a bicycle company in 1877 in partnership with William Sutton. After only a short time, Sutton decided to opt out of the venture, although his decision may have been different had he known of the success the business would soon go on to achieve, with the company becoming one of the top cycle businesses in the whole of England. The company first adopted the Rover name in 1884, but it wasn't until 1904 that they entered into the production of motor cars. Before long, Rover had become one of Britain's largest car-making firms of the time, producing a wide variety of quality motors. The model that we have on display today is the Rover 12, and it was in production from 1936 to 1948. This saloon model was made in 1947, although such post-war models were still quintessentially pre-war in style. Today, this particular Rover 12 faithfully serves its owner on a regular basis. 8 years ago, however, it was a total non-runner and has undergone a grueling restoration process. The owner's next project on the car is going to be the paintwork. The 12 makes up a range of Rover models produced during the 1930s and 40s that were aimed at the middle-class motoring sector and proved highly successful in helping to build the company's reputation for producing quality cars. Before this, Rover's first production car had been a single-cylinder 8-horsepower model, a mainly cast aluminium structured vehicle designed by Edmund Lewis. This came in 1904, just 1 year after Rover's revolutionary step into making its first self-propelled vehicle, the Rover Imperial motorcycle. The 8-horsepower motorcar was soon joined by a smaller 6-horsepower model, as well as Rover's first 4-cylinder cars, the 1012 and 1620 horsepower models. The 1620, with the 3.2-litre engine, even went on to win the 1907 Isle of Man Tourist Trophy race, when driver Ernest Curtis sped to victory, reportedly finishing a clear 12 minutes ahead of the other competitors. The title was awarded to Rover for a second time, 70 years later, in 1977. The Tourist Trophy race is just one of Rover's many competition successes, among which Rover completed the adventurous mission of racing a Light 6 with the Continental Express Blue Train through France in 1930. The stunt ensured front-page headlines and the team's celebrity status. Just like other British car manufacturers in the first half of the 20th century, Rover developed a range of models with varying horsepower. A major reason for manufacturers offering this type of variety was the car taxation system, where the horsepower of a model would define which category of taxation the vehicle fell into. Rover's HP range extended to the 12 and 18 horsepower models, and later, to replace all previous ranges, 2 new revised cars were introduced, the 3.3-litre 18 horsepower and the 2.3-litre 12 horsepower model, designed by Owen Clegg. Clegg's creation was a particular success, becoming the backbone of Rover's developing range. However, things didn't always go quite so well for Rover, and after a low period during the 1920s, the company found itself in serious trouble. That was until the Wilks brothers stepped in, saving the company from an untimely end. With this new lease of life came such models as the Rover 10 and 12 that make up just a couple of today's cherished Rover classics. The Rover 12 was available in 3 variations: the 4-door saloon, 2-door sports saloon and the convertible tourer. Powered by a 4-cylinder 1.5-litre engine with overhead valves, the Rover 12, as its name suggests, had a horsepower of 12. The Tourer model was the last of the range to be released in 1947, just 1 year before the Rover 12 finished its 6-year-long production run. The impact of the war during this time inevitably had an effect on production of the Rover 12, not to mention car manufacturing right across the board. During the Blitz of 1940, Rover's Coventry factory on Helen Street suffered severe damage and all car production ceased. However, the company continued to put a tremendous amount of effort into making war munitions and equipment, expanding its work across 18 different factories. During this time, Rover was also approached by the Air Ministry concerning the development of the Whittle jet propulsion gas turbine. The company's input in the development of the engines was significant, although the project, even after passing acceptance tests, was handed over to Rolls-Royce in 1942. However, Rover's experience of working with the gas turbine engine didn't go to waste, and a small team with Maurice Wilkes as leading engineer began work on a secret project. In 1950, Rover introduced the Jet 1, catapulting into the record books as the world's first gas turbine-propelled car. From producing timeless British masterpieces such as the Rover 3-litre and the elegantly styled Rover 12, to developing some of the world's most famous and groundbreaking models such as Jet 1, the engineers at Rover proved that anything was possible with energy, style and imagination, making classic Rovers extremely collectible right up to the present day. Exuding sheer class and quality, the Bentley name graces some of Britain's most treasured classic cars, including the Bentley Mark VI. This black and silver model is just one fine example that's still enjoyed today, and displays the same elegance and quality it would have done in 1949, when it first left the gates of Bentley's factory in Crewe. It is with thanks to the current owner's staggering 22 years of hard work and care that we have the pleasure of viewing such an exemplary specimen today. Before the announcement of this post-war model in 1946, the development of Bentley Motor Company had experienced its fair share of ups and downs, with 2 world wars and financial troubles to pull through. However, the ambitions and talents of one gentleman made sure nothing got in the way of producing the highest calibre of cars. Walter Owen Bentley, or W.O. as he was widely known, found his talents for engineering as a 16-year-old apprentice at the Doncaster Locomotive Works. After that, he spent some time as a general assistant at the National Motor Cab Company in Hammersmith, before embarking on a joint venture with his brother selling French DFBs. After the disruption of the First World War, the Bentley brothers resumed their business partnership, but this time decided to sell their own make of cars. However, even with famous names such as Gertrude Lawrence, Beatrice Lilly and Prince George becoming customers, Bentley Motors Limited were not immune to monetary problems, and by 1931 the company looked as though it would have to discontinue trading. That is, of course, until Rolls-Royce stepped in. 15 years later, and the Mark VI arrived, proving a great success for all parties concerned. For Bentley's parent company, Rolls-Royce, the new model marked a radical change in their car-making process. Previously, specialist companies who catered for individual customer requirements carried out coachwork. The body was then delivered to the main factory. With the advent of the Mark VI, however, a standard steel body was produced by Rolls-Royce themselves, crafted by their own coach workers. For the first time, not only was the engine and chassis combined on site, but paintwork, interior furnishings, chrome parts and light fittings were also completed at the factory. Today, The Mulliner Park Ward division of Rolls-Royce carries out specialist coach building work and is a fundamental part of the car making process. Although modern technology is an important aspect, the division's most priceless resource is still personal craftsmanship. All car bodies go through a carefully designed process to ensure a smooth and seamless appearance, each one personally inspected for flaws, tapped into shape and hand-filed. Over a series of days, a coach painter layers primers, fillers and anti-corrosion treatments and then applies the more decorative details. The coach trimmer arranges, glues and hand sews the linings and woolen carpets, whilst other interior luxuries, including walnut veneer furnishings, are also fitted. Such expert skills are perfectly demonstrated in the Mark VI and truly define its exceptional quality. At least 14 British coachwork firms worked on the Mark VI during its production period, as well as a few continental companies. Even though private coach building firms were becoming quite rare during this time, approximately 1/5 of Mark VI customers opted for tailor-made coachwork. Even so, customers who chose the standard factory shell would not have been disappointed with the elegant and well-poised body. The engine was taken from a B range that offered 4, 6 and 8 cylinder versions. The Mark VI featured the 6-cylinder engine with twin SU carburetors and 4.3 litre capacity. The engine also featured a new valve outlet, overhead inlet and side exhaust valves. As for suspension, independent coil springs support the front of the Mark VI with semi-elliptic springs to the rear. With a 4-speed gearbox, the Mark VI can achieve a top speed of 94 miles an hour, which was quite impressive for its day. When it came to interior furnishings, Bentley didn't hold back. Only the finest quality leather was used to cover seats and door panels, with plush woolen carpets to match, and a high-gloss walnut veneer throughout, all hallmark features of the British classic car era. Optional extras included a sunroof and rear wheel spats, and only very early models were without the chrome strip waistband and A-post fitted air intakes. Export destinations of the Mark VI were originally contained to countries within the British Empire, but a left-hand drive soon made its appearance, marking its potential for wider export success. Very few changes were made to the Mark VI over the years, the most significant being the larger 4.5 litre engine in 1951, only the year before its production ceased altogether. Bentley's revised version and follow-up to the Mark VI was the Model R, a near clone of its predecessor, although the back section featured a more spacious luggage compartment. Another company project produced the Bentley Continental R-Type, a sensational and extremely fast car that could reach almost 120 miles per hour. The Bentley Continental was promoted as the fastest production 4-seater motor car in the world. Some very fine Bentley models have graced our road since the advent of the Mark VI, but the unique character and elegance of this fine classic have far from faded. With well over 5,000 models being produced, the Mark VI remains a pleasure to drive and has become a favourite for many. With its impeccable quality and archetypal post-war looks, the Bentley Mark VI has established a firm place amongst Britain's most admired classic cars. As one of the most acclaimed names in the world of motoring history, Rolls-Royce has produced a succession of high-quality cars that make up a superb range of collectibles. One such timeless classic is the 2530 horsepower model. This touring saloon was made in 1937 and has been with the same owner for almost 17 years. In good mechanical condition when it was first purchased, the car has since undergone a respray and reupholstered headlining, and today is mostly used for weddings, with all proceeds going to charity. But the creation of such fabulous cars may never have happened had Charles Rolls and Frederick Royce never met, and in actual fact their first meeting very nearly didn't take place at all. By the beginning of the 1900s, Rolls had established himself as a successful car distributor and was on the lookout for a top-quality British car to sell. At the time, Royce was creating a new two-cylinder car, and a shareholder in his company, Henry Edmonds, decided to approach Rolls about the model. Rolls immediately concluded that the car would be just like the other two-cylinder motors on the road at the time, very noisy and inefficient. Even so, Edmonds eventually persuaded him to view the car, and the meeting turned out to be a brilliant success. Rolls had found the car of his dreams, Royce had found the right man to market his cars, and the rest was history. One of the earliest, yet most memorable Rolls-Royce creations is the 4050 horsepower model, more fondly known as the Silver Ghost, which marked a real milestone for the company. With a large 7-litre, 6-cylinder side-valve engine, a top speed of 50 miles per hour may not have given the fastest performance, but it made for a quiet drive and had an elegantly dignified character. It's no surprise to find that the Silver Ghost served a long and prosperous life from 1906 to 1925 and was hailed the best car in the world. Some wondered how this model of perfection could be improved upon, but the answer was quite simply to replace one icon with another, and so the Rolls-Royce Phantom range was released. It was also during this time that the 2530 horsepower model made its first appearance. When the 2530 was released in 1936, it was very warmly received and made a fine replacement to the older 2025 horsepower. The new model had an increased engine size from its predecessor, taking capacity up from about 3.7 to 4.3 litres. A top speed of 80 miles per hour was possible, although this could differ according to the type of coachwork fitted. But even though the performance of the car wasn't quite as efficient as the Phantom range, the 2530 demonstrated just as much engineering aptitude, not to mention integrity of character. A limousine, saloon and touring saloon type, as shown today, make up the range of 2530s, of which about 1,200 were made. Sadly, Charles Rolls never lived to see the creation of the 2530 and other such Rolls-Royce masterpieces, as in 1910 he died in a flying accident. In fact, Rolls had been an aviation pioneer in his day, and Rolls-Royce went on to play a major role in the First World War, developing over 60% of all British aircraft engines used. Royce was deeply disturbed by the loss of his friend and colleague, but with the help of Claude Johnson, the tragedy didn't affect the business. Johnson, who joined C.S. Rolls & Co. in the early days, went on to become an influential character within Rolls-Royce, playing a significant part in the company's growth following the untimely death of Charles Rolls. Affectionately known as the hyphen in Rolls-Royce, Johnson was highly regarded for his exceptional organisational skills and became the first secretary of what we now know as the RAC. Today, Rolls-Royce is a favourite with the royal family, and formal occasions are often attended in a Rolls-Royce. In 1919, the Prince of Wales, later to become briefly King Edward VIII before his untimely abdication, received his first Rolls-Royce. It was a Barker limousine, which sparked his lifelong passion for this exceptional marque. He went on to own no fewer than 10 Rolls-Royce cars, including the 20 horsepower Phantom 1 and Phantom 2. For some, the background to Rolls-Royce has come to resemble a legendary tale in itself. The famous name has even acquired a rather mystical connotation that dates back as far as the 1500s, when the famous prophet Nostradamus was making his predictions. From Albion's shore, the ancient name for England, shall come a marvellous conveyance, a silent carriage bearing the arms of Rolls-Royce. This may not have meant a great deal to the people of the 16th century, but today some believe that the prophecy has been fulfilled. Rolls-Royce has become one of the most famous names in the business world and has branched out into many other sectors, even providing the market with a range of products from aerospace to marine technology. But the renowned name will always be associated with their exceptional classic car collection and remembered for models such as the 2530. These cars will remain a permanent reminder of the Rolls-Royce legacy and its status as one of the greatest assets in Britain's motoring history. And now we approach the end of our exploration into some of Britain's finest motor cars. The principle of what actually makes a classic car has been a long debated and sometimes contentious topic, and as we've run out of time, one that we won't be exploring right now. However, it's safe to say that the cars featured in today's programme are undoubtedly worthy of classic car status. Every weekend, hundreds of devotees proudly take their cars along to rallies and shows and immerse themselves in a world of timeless classics. But you don't have to be a committed fan to appreciate the splendour and craftsmanship of such models, and such events are an excellent outing for the whole family. A great day out for anybody wanting to get closer to the magnificent models, such as those featured today, is a visit to the Heritage Motor Centre in Gaydon, Warwickshire. Set in 65 acres of countryside, the centre holds the largest collection of British classic vintage and veteran cars in the world, with models dating from the beginning of the 20th century right up to the present day. As time moves on, and with growing concerns over the effects certain ecological factors such as exhaust emissions may be having on the environment, we could well be approaching a new era of the motor car, with alternative forms of power and new concepts just around the corner. And who can guess which cars of today will become the classics of tomorrow? The past 100 years of motor manufacturing has seen some extraordinary developments, and we can only wait to see what the next 100 years will bring. But whatever the future has in store for man's relationship with the world of motoring, we can be sure that one thing will never change: the timeless quality of the great British classic, an era that is most definitely here to stay. Of the many motor cars that have paved the way for the modern vehicle, there are few that truly represent the golden age of classic British motoring history, characterised by a distinguished range of models. Among the most memorable of these stands the Austin, one of Britain's most famous pioneering car producers, and one of the first to provide vehicles for the mass motoring market. Founded in the early 1900s by Herbert Austin, the company is very fondly remembered for some unique creations, including the small and simple bestseller, the Austin 7, and the revolutionary Austin Healey Sprite that inspired the affectionate Frog Eye nickname. Such Austin favourites make up a range of reputable cars, and today we have the pleasure of exploring some of the finest. But before we revisit these halcyon days of Britain's motoring past, let us first take a brief look at the foundations of Austin to discover the story behind the classics that we've come to admire so much today. The roots of the company grew from the adventurous and determined nature of Herbert Austin himself, who, in the early days, gained experience at a number of engineering companies in Australia, before returning to Britain, where he began working for the Wolseley Sheep Shearing Machine Company in Birmingham. It was here that he executed his first experiments in the production of automobiles, resulting in a three-wheeler and later a four-wheeler that he entered into the 1,000-mile trial with successful results. Soon after this, in 1901, Austin was appointed manager of the newly founded Wolseley Tool and Motorcar Company, where he stayed for 4 years, before branching out on his own to form the Austin Motor Company. Finding a derelict building in Longbridge just outside Birmingham, Herbert Austin got to work, beginning with a visit to the 1905 Olympia Motor Show, where he promoted his business and sought orders for the first ever Austin car. As the Austin car range developed, the company's reputation for dependability grew, and the factory at Longbridge steadily expanded. Not only claiming recognition for a succession of highly acclaimed cars, Austin even produced an award-winning tractor, and for a short time, a range of aeroplanes. As well as this, the company was also one of the major contributors to producing munitions during the two world wars, which gave way to the rapid expansion of its factory and workforce, and even the building of its own nearby flying ground. Moving from strength to strength, it was only a matter of time before Austin made its impact on the overseas markets, with which came a global recognition of its impressive repertoire. And so, let us now look to the first Austin model featured in our collection today, whilst we also discover just why the great name has retained its popularity and has come to represent the best of Britain's motoring legacy. After the Great War, Austin Motors, like a lot of businesses, was suffering some financial strains, and understandably, the board members were not enthralled with the idea of commencing a new project, especially as the company was having to reduce its size. Herbert Austin himself, however, saw things very differently and was determined to follow through with his plans for a revolutionary small car that would be accessible to the masses. And so, Austin's prodigy car, the Austin 7, was created. With the help of Stanley Edge, an 18-year-old apprentice draftsman who'd joined Longbridge in 1917, Herbert Austin worked secretly at his home in Bromsgrove with much haste to produce the new compact vehicle. With a lot of the work taking place in the billiard room, rumour had it that the Austin 7 was sized in relation to the dimensions of the billiard table itself, a belief that marks just one of the many anecdotal stories surrounding the Austin 7. The idea of producing a car that weighed no more than £800 was a first for British motoring, and meant that the whole design was brand new from top to bottom. Originally, Austin's plan was to create a two-cylinder car, but with some persuasion from his young apprentice, this was changed to 4, making it one of the smallest 4-cylinder power plants that had yet been produced. Also, with a 2.5-inch bore and 3-inch stroke, the Austin 747cc engine produced a horsepower of 10. Whilst the young Stanley Edge was responsible for the engine design, Austin concentrated on the chassis, body and running gear, and during 1922, 3 prototypes were produced. To the delight of a watching crowd of mechanics from the experimental department, Herbert Austin himself took the first completed model for a test drive, echoing images from 17 years earlier when he'd taken to the road in the very first Austin car. Proving a success, the Austin 7 was exhibited at the Olympia Motor Show. By 1923, the model had been launched for sale. Marked as the motor for the millions, the outstanding success of the car was just what Austin Motors needed. Not only did it secure the company's financial situation, but it was also the answer to Herbert Austin's ambition of motorising the masses. With an Austin 7 initially costing just £165, it was extremely good value, because at the time, Henry Ford's mass-produced Model T was the only car in the UK that could be bought for a lower price than the 7. Receiving unprecedented praise from motoring journalists, the Austin 7 went on to greater heights of fame when it made its impact on the motorsporting world. Even racing legend A.C.R. White, who'd previously won at Brooklands and Shelsley in an Austin 20 horsepower model, took to the tracks in an Austin 7, winning at Monza in Italy and Brooklands. Such sporting successes boosted sales even further. Putting sporting achievements aside, for the average person who owned a standard Austin 7, a speed of 35 miles per hour was about as high as you could comfortably go. The A-profile chassis frame of the car could be described as quite frail and flexible, with a featured transverse leaf spring to the front and cantilever leaf spring to the rear. The handling and brakes were also short of being perfect, but these factors were outweighed by the car's charming appeal and good value for money, which was, of course, a significant selling point, especially for new motorists. Over the years, brake horsepower climbed up to 17, and so by the middle of the 1930s, the model could exceed a speed of 50 miles per hour. Also, in keeping with the changing times, Austin improved both style and engineering, which made sure that the Austin 7 retained its immense popularity for over a decade. In fact, it was a best-selling model for Austin for a long period of time, with peak production soaring to over 20,000 cars per year. In its day, the Austin 7 would quite often lose all of its value after 5 years of existence, but this didn't discourage people from remaining faithful to the small and simple family car. Even old and rusty 7s would keep thundering on year after year. With production ending after 16 years in 1939, over 290,000 Austin 7s were sold. An extensive range of coachwork styles were applied to the 7, but the standard square-shaped body was the most common, and the factory churned out tens of thousands each year. Most factory-built models were either two-door Tourers or saloons with 4 seats, which within the 75-inch wheelbase of the car was a tight squeeze to say the least. This is probably why special coachwork styles gave way to the occasional two-seater Austin 7. With its compact and space-saving layout, budget price tag, not to mention its unique character, the Austin 7 in many ways shares the same groundbreaking ethos to that of the Mini, which followed years later. After the end of production, the Austin 7 engine found further use in the Reliant three-wheelers, and with much enthusiasm from the 750 Motor Club, power output was greatly increased for high-speed racing. Today, the Austin 7 stands out as an all-time favourite classic, not just amongst Austins, but also for the entire motoring world. Shooting to extreme levels of success in its day, the Austin 7 has become an iconic masterpiece, and one that will be with us for a very long time to come. The Austin A55 was announced in February 1957 and was introduced as a result of the British Motor Corporation's decision to restyle a collection of their best-selling models. Set to replace the A50, the new A55 had a lot to live up to, with its predecessor's 3-year lifespan peaking at a production figure of over 114,000 cars. Only time would tell if the A55 would follow in the footsteps of its successful parent car. By the time of the A55's launch, the British Motor Corporation was firmly established as a powerful enterprise, the formation of which had been the result of an agreement between Austin's Leonard Lord and Lord Nuffield, whose own brands included Morris, Wolseley, Riley and MG. The idea of forming this conglomerate of British car companies was to secure the UK motor business, which some feared was being undermined in light of the growing success of manufacturers from abroad. However, putting these good intentions to one side, BMC didn't face an entirely happy future, and accusations of badge engineering soon followed. Such criticism can certainly be forgotten though when we take a look at this A55, which, as we can see for ourselves, still exudes the timeless Austin charm that has become so famous. This particular model was among those produced during the first year of sales in 1957, at which time it would have come with a price tag of around £678. Differing to the former A50 model, the Austin designers gave the A55 a more up-to-date body look, a style which Austin was also applying to the larger A95 Westminster that was also launched in 1957. Now, with a chrome trim moulding along the full length of its sides, some models underwent an optional two-tone paint treatment, which, it has to be said, some people loved and others loathed. Today, the two-tone paint is a sure reminder of the A55's motoring era, although this stylistic feature continues to divide enthusiasts over matters of taste. The restyle of the A50 that gave way to the A55 also involved a slight modification to the front. However, the design team predominantly focused on the rear of the car. Changes included a larger back window, new sheet metal, softer wing line and, more significantly, a longer back section with a lower sill. In turn, such changes gave way to the practical advantage of gaining more boot space. The A55 may have been dissimilar to the A50 in looks, but they were almost identical in terms of mechanical features and had the same 51 brake horsepower 4-cylinder engine with overhead valve. This said, the engine, a BMC B series, was only identical to that of the last A50 models, which had been uprated and built over a 4-month period. Gearboxes were available as manual with Borg-Warner overdrive or semi-automatic, whilst the top speed lay at about 75 miles per hour. In 1958, the model saw its most significant change, with the introduction of optional centre-floor gear change equipment. Produced at the Longbridge factory in Birmingham, the A55 certainly lived up to the success of the A50, as well as its reputation for good performance. Having proved highly popular, a Mark II A55 was introduced in January 1959, and the original became known as the Mark I. The Mark II A55 arrived at a time when BMC was starting to apply a standard body design to its entire range of medium-sized saloon cars. The A55 was one of the first to undergo the Italian influence of the Pininfarina design house and received a new style of body with tall rear fins and a wider, more square-shaped mesh-fronted grille. The Farina style was seen in a range of BMC cars, including Morris, MG, Riley and Wolseley, as well as Austin, all adopting the same 4-door passenger cabin as well as a B-series engine of some form or another. But even with the same basic body construction, each make was given different features to ensure some sort of individual recognition. To distinguish the A55 from the rest, particularly the very similar-looking Morris Oxford Series 5, Austin branded the cars with split-bench seats, Austin-style trim details, and of course, various two-tone paintwork. Even so, the A55 and Morris Oxford were similar in both performance and look, and although they were marketed towards the same BMC customers, the cars were sold through separate dealers and became serious competitors for each other. As for the engine of the Mark II, again the dependable B series was used, although this time featured an SU carburettor, previously used only in Nuffield makes. With this, power crept up slightly to 52 horsepower, whilst transmission options were very limited. Later, in 1960, a Countryman estate variant was introduced, and after which the A60 took over, replacing the reliable and successful A55 in 1961. One of Austin's most famous hallmarks of the post-war period was a range of models inspired by a home county's name theme. These ranged from the popular A40 Devon and Dorset to the A40 Cambridge and A70 Hereford, which together served Austin faithfully for many years and now represent a particularly momentous period in Austin's history. Among the fine range of home county models stands this classic-looking Austin, the A40 Somerset, which first appeared in 1952. Despite the Somerset's short production run of only 2 years, this well-rounded model sold in staggering numbers that exceeded well beyond the 173,000 mark. The A40 Somerset was part of an intensive development program by Austin to produce a succession of models that would secure the company's success and increase its output. Leonard Lord was particularly keen to gain a foothold in overseas sales, and sure enough, Austin became an even stronger contender within the car market, not only at home, but abroad too. Just 1 year before the launch of the A40 Somerset, Austin built a new car assembly plant at its Longbridge site in Birmingham to cope with its massive production figures. As well as this assembly block, which at the time was considered to be the most modern of its kind, an administration building was also constructed, and was even nicknamed the Kremlin by Longbridge employees. The A40 Somerset was a replacement of the 2-door Dorset and 4-door Devon, which were both introduced in 1947. They were the first models to be produced after the Second World War, during which time Austin had only produced military vehicles, and the new models were even available in a range of variants, including a van, countryman estate and pickup. In particular, it was the A40 Devon that attracted overwhelming popularity and sold in considerable numbers, which soon led to the discontinuation of the Dorset altogether. The A40 Somerset was closely based on the Devon, with very few mechanical differences being made, most notably an increase of power to the 1200cc overhead valve engine. A restyle gave the Somerset super curves and a voluptuous shape that was shared very closely with a larger Austin model, the A70 Hereford. The A40 Somerset was available as a 4-door, 4-seater saloon and, 8 months later, was also available as a 2-door, 4-seater drop-head coupe. The coupe, more commonly referred to as a convertible, was sold in much smaller numbers compared to the saloon version and is quite a rare model to come across today. The A40 Somerset's construction featured a separate chassis, while suspension to the front was independent with coil springs, beam axle and semi-elliptic leaf springs to the rear. The interior, with its comfortable foam rubber seating, was upholstered in real leather and gave a good layout with generous legroom. Also inside the Somerset, you'd find a steering column change, an umbrella handbrake lever and a front bench seat. Today, such features, along with the model's dynamic shape, have made the A40 Somerset a classic car in its own right, and the style is certainly in keeping with an American theme. In its day, Austin was keen to emphasise the good looks and pleasurable motoring experience of driving an A40 Somerset, and particular attention was given to its unfaltering crawling capacity in slow-moving traffic, as well as its ability to spring to life at the touch of an accelerator. The end of the Somerset's production came in 1954 and was immediately followed by the launch of the A40 Cambridge. Although this new model formed the third generation of the Austin A40 range, it had very little in common with its predecessor, as it was the first to be designed under the BMC umbrella. Compared to the Somerset, the A40 Cambridge took on a squarer appearance, and a more modern body shell replaced the separate chassis and had a lower and slimmer design. As with the other models in the A40 range, a 2-door and 4-door Cambridge had been planned for production. However, this time, the 2-door model never came to fruition. Although the legendary Flying A mascot was still present on the A40 Cambridge, the traditional Austin grille design, as used on the Somerset, was abandoned and replaced with a full-width grille. The Somerset successor also featured slightly hooded headlights, a larger boot and modified front suspension, not to mention the characteristic ribbed rear quarters that quickly acquired the cow hips nickname. Even with the succession of models that followed the A40 Somerset, it continued to remain a very popular choice among motorists as a robust and dependable family car. Comfortable, delightfully styled, and a pleasure to drive even today, the A40 Somerset is still admired all over the world and is enjoyed by hundreds of enthusiasts. its robust performance and stylish looks, the Austin Heavy 12 was a very successful vehicle of the 1920s and 30s. This particular soft-top model dates back to 1929 and is a wonderful example of the great Austin Heavy 12.4 classic. Not only proving popular among the motorists of its era, the Heavy 12 was also a long-standing and highly respected model among London's early taxicab firms and served very dutifully even after the Second World War. In fact, Austin had presented a taxi model to the Public Carriage Office as early as 1906. However, this proposal had been rejected. Austin's first taxicab to grace the streets of London made its debut appearance during the following year, in 1907, with 10 of the models being used by the Taxi Deluxe Company of Kensington. The new version incorporated a driver's seat that was positioned alongside the engine. More recently, the British Motor Heritage Centre at Gaydon in Warwickshire has featured one of these vintage taxicabs in their display. Only a short time after Austin had developed its first taxicab, the company produced a 15-horsepower model. Now, with a more conventional layout, the new vehicle overtook production of the original within just 1 year. Later, in 1925, Austin developed 12 models of the 7 and exhibited them at the Commercial Motor Show. However, the Austin 7 taxi was a flop with passengers, and all 12 models were taken back to the Longbridge factory, where they were converted into regular tourers. Replacing the Austin 7 taxi, the company introduced a modified version of the Heavy 12.4. The idea was presented to Austin Motors by the dealers Mann and Overton, and the new model, suitably meeting the conditions of fitness as laid out by the Public Carriage Office, became the most successful taxicab Austin had yet produced. Known for its longevity and steady 45-mile-per-hour pace, the Heavy 12 was loved by London taxi drivers and passengers alike. So it's no wonder its production lasted for well over 9 years. 5 basic models were available during this period, ranging from the HL, or High Lot, that was introduced in 1930, to the Heavy 12.4 FL, the Flash Lot, that ceased production in 1940. The Austin Heavy 12 not only made its mark on the streets of London, where it became a familiar and friendly sight, but it also took the starring role in the Gumdrop Stories, a series of children's books written by Val Biro. The tales of magic and adventure are based around a blue Austin Clifton Heavy 12.4 that's found by a gentleman in a scrapyard. The Heavy 12, named Gumdrop, is taken home by the new owner and carefully restored, after which the pair go on a series of expeditions where they get themselves into all manner of situations. The Gumdrop Stories alone have ensured that the Heavy 12 has made an impression the world over, with the stories being translated into a wide variety of languages, ranging from French to Japanese. But where do the origins of this worldwide renowned Austin classic come from? Well, the answer is simply Herbert Austin himself, along with the help of Harvey Ducroix, as together they decided to introduce a far more compact version of the Austin 20 with a smaller engine capacity. An early Heavy 12 would have been narrower and lighter than the later models, but the 12 horsepower meant a lower road tax, which at the time was based on a horsepower-related system. For a time, particularly around 1927 and 28, fabric bodies were very popular on the Heavy 12, with companies such as the Gordon Coachworks providing expert services. In fact, a wide range of body styles were available, including the Burnham Saloon, the Clifton and the Windsor, with each name exuding a sense of grace and quality in keeping with Austin's distinguished reputation. An Austin Heavy 12 would quite often belong to a household of good standing, and was the ideal car for the town's local doctor or any other person within an established profession. Today, the Heavy 12, with its stylish looks and dignified poise, is a popular choice for wedding transport, giving ample room and a luxuriously indulgent ride. In 1958, the vintage Austin 12.4 register was founded by a group of enthusiasts, and as the name suggests, the association was predominantly interested in 12.4 models. However, the register soon encompassed a broad range of Austin models and has since changed its name to the Vintage Austin Register. But for any 12.4 fans out there, this is definitely the place to go for information and advice, with the register's spare scheme being an invaluable point of reference. Robust, stylish and inspirational, the Heavy 12 is a true Austin vintage classic and looks set to remain a favourite among collectors everywhere. Among Austin's best-loved pre-war ranges stands the Austin 10. In its day, seen as the perfect answer to family motoring, people were instantly attracted to the car's practicality and good value for money, which explains why the Austin 10 is still highly popular and collectible, remaining a favourite for many enthusiasts up and down the country. Making its entry into the mass market in 1932, the Austin 10 was a success from the start and offered a range of model types. One of the rarest Austin 10 variants was the Sherborne, a 6-light saloon that helped make up the range of second-generation Austin 10s, which for our programme today we have the pleasure of exploring. As one of the only models to be produced between the months of January and July in 1936, this particular Sherborne was acquired by its current owner in 1970, after which a restoration project commenced. Restoring an Austin 10 can actually be surprisingly pain-free, especially compared to other classic car projects, as quite often spare parts for the 10 are easy to track down through the Austin 10 Drivers Club, which has an excellent website. This particular model was completely stripped and rebuilt to the superb standard that we can admire today, and is a fine example of the rare Austin 10 Sherborne. It was, however, 4 years before the introduction of the Sherborne that the first Austin 10s were introduced, beginning with the 10.4 Chrome Rad and 10.4 Sport, named the Ripley. Although featuring very similar engine specifications, the more economical Chrome Rad could reach 52 miles per hour, whilst its sporting counterpart, the Ripley, with downdraft carburation and high-lift camshaft, could reach a speed of 65 miles per hour. Well over 50,000 Chrome Rad variants, along with an exclusive 150 Ripleys, were produced over the 2-year production period, and both set a high standard for their successors. The original Chrome Rad was even available in tourer, saloon and cabriolet forms, as well as a 2-seater. The initial Chrome Rad and Ripley models with 10 horsepower featured a 4-cylinder side valve engine with cubic capacity of 1125, the specifications of which were retained throughout the series of 10 horsepower models that followed. Also living on into the next series was the basic design of the Chrome Rad, which underwent very few changes. The second generation Austin 10 appeared in 1934, at which time Austin were offering the motoring public a staggering choice of 44 separate models. The Austin 10, seen as a totally new type of family car, had become highly popular, and the improved range, along with the Sherborne, now included the famous Litchfield Saloon, the Colwyn Cabriolet, and the open road Tourer. The main differences between the new range and the earlier Chrome Rad was a radiator cowl, painted to the car's specific body colour, as well as a slight improvement in speed, which was pushed up to 55 miles per hour. The Sherborne was slightly longer than the Litchfield and was distinguishable by the rear quarter windows, which we can see here. Featuring 4-speed transmission with synchromesh on the second, third and top gears, the Sherborne in 1936 would have retailed at £178, an unbeatable bargain for a small-sized family car. In excess of 54,000 second-generation Austin 10s were produced from 1934 to 1936, at which point production of the third-generation models took over. Still featuring the same engine specifications, the new models did receive an extra boost of power, stepping the top speed up to a swift 60 miles. The Austin 10 range now offered a cabriolet known as the Conway and a saloon named the Cambridge, which was to become one of the most famous Austin 10 variants ever produced. Featuring a cowled radiator shell and easy clean wheels, the third generation Austin 10 was also equipped with Girling mechanical brakes, and attention to style was displayed through the fashionable twin D-shaped windows to the rear and a redesign of the dashboard. Remaining economical, practical and as popular as ever, the new range was given a more curvaceous body with smoother lines and softer edges. Indicative of the changing times, the re-style was quick to meet the contemporary tastes and high expectations of Austin customers, and by 1939, total production of the Austin 10's latest range had surged to over 73,000 cars. With the broad range of Austin 10s on offer, not to mention the ease of maintaining one of these practical and stylish cars, the motoring market of the 1930s certainly had no reason to be disappointed, and today not a lot has changed. Still celebrated for its reliability, quality of design and elegance, Austin fans and owners alike continue to enjoy the charming character of this classic car.
the 1950s, BMC realised that there was a gap in the market for a new sports car. Following a discussion between the corporation's chairman, Leonard Lord, and Donald Healey, plans were made for the creation of a revolutionary and compact budget sports car, resulting in the launch of the Austin-Healey Sprite. The Austin-Healey business partnership had initially formed after the 1952 Earls Court Motor Show, where the Healey 100 sports car had been launched. Following this, the Austin-Healey 100 was produced, reaping massive sales success and proving that the partnership had been an excellent idea. The decision was made to produce the Austin-Healey Sprite by utilising a range of parts taken from the Austin A35 saloon, making the project an efficient and cost-effective venture. Owing to its easy assembly and accessibility of parts, the Austin-Healey Sprite started off its sales life at the very reasonable price of £455, but it quickly went on to establish a successful motorsports career. Fun and easy to maintain, the Mark I model, which we have the pleasure of viewing today, made a huge impact on the motoring market with its endearing frog-eye look, and was unofficially named the Frog-Eyed Sprite. Its American export derivative acquired the equally affectionate nickname of the Bug-Eye. The first prototype for the Austin-Healey Sprite didn't, however, feature the unique headlamp design. Instead, the prototype had pop-up lights in order to give the car a smoother line. It was at quite a late stage before the car entered into production, and only after the consideration of the expense that such features as the fold-back headlights were scrapped and replaced by two fixed lamps on the bonnet. Remarkably, the frog-eye design that had materialised almost accidentally went on to become a very treasured and possibly most famous characteristic of the Austin-Healey Sprite range. Instead of having a standard body construction with a separate chassis, the Austin-Healey Sprite was fitted with an all-in-one body shell. Also, the bonnet and front wings could be hinged back as one piece, which provided easy access to the engine bay and helped keep assembly costs down. Apart from the steering components of the Sprite, which came from the Morris Minor, most of the other components, including the transmission, front suspension and rear axle, were provided by Austin. The engine, also of Austin origin, was a twin-carb four-cylinder unit with 948 cc's and was taken from BMC's small-capacity A-Series that had been launched in 1951 to power the famous Austin 7. The A-Series went on to become a successful mainstay for BMC cars, finding its way into a succession of well-known British vehicles. Although the Austin-Healey Sprite was, and still is, adored by a huge fan base, it wasn't the most practical of cars. But then again, it wasn't designed for practical purposes. With minimal luggage space, a non-existent boot lid, and a somewhat cramped interior, the Austin-Healey Sprite was not an option for family trips to the seaside, and along with its lack of side windows or external door handles, it really was a very basic vehicle. That said, no one could dispute the appealing nature of the Sprite, and the delight of driving one of these charming sports cars, on top of which its ease of maintenance and low cost made it an unbeatable package. From its launch in 1958 to its discontinuation in 1961, no fewer than 48,987 frog-eyed Sprites were produced, all built at the MG factory in Abingdon. Once the great impact of this small sports car had been recognised by BMC's rival companies, vicious competition was inevitable. One very strong competitor was the Triumph Standard, whose design team immediately got to work on the Bomb project. This led to the development of the sensational Spitfire and the beginning of an intense battle between the two car companies. After the success of the trend-setting Mark I Sprite, several more derivatives followed, although the frog eye design was dropped and a more conventional look was applied. As the Mark II appeared, so did a slightly more upmarket version, the very similar-looking MG Midget, both models sharing a squarer-shaped body compared to the Mark I Sprite. As time went on, more practical and mechanical advancements were made, including, among other things, the addition of a boot lid, improved brakes and more powerful engines. One aspect of the original frog-eyed beauty that wasn't improved upon was the engine bay access, as the newer models, with their narrower and lighter bonnet panels, gave far more limited access to this area. Not only making its mark on British motoring history, but across the rest of the world too, the famous frog-eyed Sprite has become a legend. Fun, carefree and cost-effective. Today, the Austin Healey Sprite holds a unique standing amongst the world's most treasured classic sports cars. And so this brings us to the end of this fascinating exploration into some of Austin's finest classic cars. From the fun and endearing character of the Austin Healey Sprite to the robust yet highly stylised A40 Somerset, Austin has certainly produced some remarkable cars that, to this day, never fail to attract the admiration and excitement of enthusiasts and collectors alike. But what of Austin Motors today? Well, as we know, the company, along with some of the country's other great car producers, united to form the British Motor Corporation. The merger gave way to an extensive bank of knowledge and experience, and the means to provide the motoring public with exactly what they wanted. This allowed the production of a succession of quality-made cars, priced at competitive rates, which soon gave way to an acceleration of production figures and unlimited success. It was quite a while after the formation of BMC that Austin produced its own engine in what had been a relatively long time. Launched in 1969, the engine was used in the 5-door 5-speed Austin Maxi hatchback, although, whilst the engine was brand new, the rest of the model was heavily based on existing parts. It wasn't long after this, during the 70s, that another major change took place, with BMC becoming part of British Leyland. Later, the company underwent a name change to become Austin Rover. Among the last Austin-badged cars to be produced were the Metro, Maestro and Montego, and by the middle of the 1980s, the Rover name, considered by some to be the more upmarket brand of the two, replaced Austin altogether. Even so, Austin's Longbridge worksite in Birmingham became the Rover Group's principal plant. Today, the famous Austin name is far from forgotten and retains a strong presence as one of the greatest and best-loved car producers Britain has ever seen. Austin's most memorable models have inspired people all over the world to become enthusiasts and classic car owners, and there's an extensive range of Austin clubs to refer to for information, with people always willing to offer their expert advice. Likewise, for anyone considering making a classic car investment, whether it be an Austin or not, car clubs are a great place to do your research and locate the classic vehicle you've always dreamed of. Whether you're into the old Austin faithfuls, the lively Sprite, or the much-loved Austin 7, there's something for everyone, with an Austin car making a worthy addition to any classic collection. A character of integrity and ingenuity, known as the man who put the world on wheels, Henry Ford has become one of the most significant and influential icons ever to grace the world of automobile history. Born in 1863, Henry Ford showed an avid interest in all things mechanical. By the age of 15, he'd even constructed his first steam engine. Growing up in a large farming family in Michigan, Ford went to a typical 19th century one-room school and spent most of his spare time working in a small local machine shop. He lived the traditional rural life, doing his fair share of chores on the farm. But Ford knew from an early age that this wasn't the business for him, and at 16 years old he left Michigan for the nearby city of Detroit, where he started work as an apprentice machinist. Always keeping his goals in sight, Henry Ford toiled for the next 24 years until finally in 1903 the Ford Motor Company found its first footing in the automobile manufacturing industry. Needing financial security, the company was integrated into another corporation, with Ford as vice president and chief executive. Soon, though, he'd be running the whole show. At this time, car ownership was not open to the masses, seen more as a luxury enjoyed by the privileged minority. But Henry Ford was the man to change all of this. He had a dream of producing a quality car that would be affordable to the general public. And with the advent of his famous Model T in 1908, such precepts were wholeheartedly achieved. In typical Henry Ford character, he chose the most practical option when deciding which colour the Model T should be, opting for the fastest drying paint available at the time. Luckily for Ford, this didn't happen to be bright pink. So if you'd asked Henry Ford which colour your Model T would come in, he'd have simply replied with that famous phrase, "Any colour, as long as it's black." Even so, the Model T was a revolution in personal transportation, and by 1913, in order to keep up with the demand, Ford had established the first ever continuous production assembly line. 5 years later, and half of all American cars were Model Ts. The era of mass production had dawned, with Henry Ford transforming the art of car manufacturing forever. Ford's production system was sophisticated enough to ensure that a complete car left the assembly line every 10 seconds of the working day. With such a profitable system, Henry valued his committed workers, and in 1914 announced that they'd receive a share of the company's earnings, doubling their daily minimum wage to $5 each. Many of the pioneering precepts behind the Ford Motor Company remain to this day, with Ford continuing to be a leader in the increasingly competitive world market of motoring. So now, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to sample a few of the classic Ford favourites for ourselves. The story behind the Ford Popular goes back to the year 1932. Ford had previously had a very prosperous export market of their larger engined models. But since higher tax penalties for bigger engine sizes had been introduced in the 1920s, Britain now needed to go small. 15 examples of small European cars were shipped to Ford's headquarters in Dearborn, Michigan, for evaluation and to spark ideas of how Ford could develop its first truly small and economical car. The result was very pleasing, and the 8-horsepower Model Y left the production line at Dagenham factory in August 1932, dubbed as a most stylish and well-performing small-budget car. The arrival of the Model Y could not go unnoticed by other competitors in the field, and car company Morris was particularly keen to produce their own version. With this emerged the Morris 8. Sharing many similarities with the Model Y, engineers at Ford knew they had to push themselves even further to surpass their previous masterpiece. The advent of the Model Y went on to inspire the creation of the Ford Anglia series, where its bloodline continued until the production of the last Ford Popular in the late 1950s. In all the 27 years of this evolution, every model was in fact based upon the same simple chassis frame, transverse leaf spring suspension, and a version of the side valve engine as first used in the Model Y. The first Popular, the 103E, introduced in 1953, was basically a stripped-down or de-trimmed version of the early Ford Anglia E494A with a Ford Prefect engine. It was an all-time first for the British saloon market when it was launched at the rock-bottom price of just £100. Fancy frills and quirky catchphrases were simply not necessary in Ford's advertising slogans for the new car. The simple phrase, "the lowest priced car in the world," was more than enough to do the trick. Although very simple, the 103E Popular Saloon was strong, sturdy and extremely functional with a classic 1950s style. Based on pre-war running gear, the 4-cylinder 1172cc engine had the basic side valve unit and was mated to a 3-speed gearbox. The Ford Popular could reach a maximum speed of 61 miles per hour, and although this statistic may not cause a huge buzz of excitement today, especially compared with the current fast-track market, back then there was nothing to complain about, and for the outstanding bargain price, it was even better. With tiny headlamps and painted bumper, the trim was fairly primitive, and the single vacuum-powered windscreen wiper was quite breathless. In certain conditions, the wiper could be altogether puffed out. However, this was a standard problem of the vacuum wiper mechanism, and not just an inconvenience tied to the Popular models. Other cars in the Ford side valve engine family, such as the Prefect and Anglia, were also subject to the same problem. As Ford upgraded and improved their Anglia and Prefect ranges, the 103E Popular remained unchanged until 1959, when the 100E model was released. Having many similarities with the previous 3-door 4-seater Popular car, the 100E retained the 3-speed gearbox and temperamental vacuum-operated wipers. The new Popular, like its sister 100E Anglia, now had a mesh grille. The rear lamps were changed to separate Lucas units, and with a more advanced version of the side valve engine, the 100E could reach a top speed of 69 miles per hour with a 0 to 60 of 36.4 seconds. The Ford Popular, or POP as it became affectionately known, had a highly successful period of sales, with production ending in 1962. A particularly attractive car among young couples and families in its time, I'm sure many of you today will have relived some very fond memories of this faithful car. The Ford Pop also makes an ideal hot rod car, with many owners embarking upon various creative conversions. Populars have been spotted with their roof heights chopped, or even extended into a camper van style. Others have had a full 6-inch bulkhead extension to be able to shoehorn enormous engines into place, whilst others display revised independent suspension schemes with the incorporation of other famous makes such as Jaguar and VAUXHALL. The side valve unit has become one of Britain's legendary production engines, faithfully serving the Ford Motor Company for many years. The early engines, fitted before 1953, had no water pump, but by the time one was eventually fitted, the engine had already lagged behind the sophistication of the other options on the market. Nevertheless, The Ford side valve engine was used in a variety of ways, including commercial vehicles, small marine boats and farm vehicles, as well as many post-war specials. In 1962, the side valve engine was finally discontinued. The Ford Popular served the British people very well during its production days, and in true Ford style provided a robust and economical car that was accessible to the masses. Today, this modest little number has become a much celebrated and adored classic Ford car. The Ford Anglia made its first appearance just before the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939. In true Ford style, the engineering and design were kept simple and practical, ensuring a very decent and affordable package was provided. The original model, codenamed E04A, included mechanical brakes and the basic side valve engine without water pump as used in the earlier 7Y 8 horsepower Ford model. The Anglia was available as a two-door, four-seater saloon, and what colour could they possibly come in other than the famous Ford black? The first Anglia van variant, the E04C, was released in 1940. In fact, throughout the duration of Anglia production, a van derivative was always made for each model type, providing faithful vehicles for firms up and down the country. In 1948, after the 55,000th 807th model had been produced, the original Ford Anglia was discontinued. The slightly improved replacement, the E494A, featured very few alterations, including slight trim and front-end restyling. There was also the addition of those more handy items that we'd be lost without today, such as indicators and a second windscreen wiper. The new Anglia was built from 1948, providing a stopgap until the arrival of the next upgrade, although it didn't receive a new lease of life when it continued as the Ford Popular until 1959. As the Anglia was finding its own feet within the British motoring market, the success of the Ford Consul and Zephyr series were proving most impressive. They'd even rid Ford cars of their affectionate nickname, Dagenham dustbins, which related to the low-priced but highly respected cars produced in Ford's Dagenham plant in Essex. Ford decided to apply the Consul Zephyr styling and engineering principles to the new Anglia 100E model. The revolutionised unitary body, fashionable three-box styling, and McPherson-type strut front suspension gave the Anglia a very contemporary look, and soon a more tweaked deluxe model was introduced. Even though the old side valve engine lay beneath the bonnet, and the vacuum-operated wipers could fail when going uphill, the 100E Anglia served a prosperous life until 1959, with almost 3,500 in circulation. Immediately after, followed the Ford Anglia 105E, available in deluxe and standard versions. The standard model, although very functional, was true to its name with basic design inside and out. No carpets, no passenger sun visor, no glove box lid, and certainly no extravagant use of chrome, as the more luxurious version proudly displayed. The stylish body shape of the Deluxe was chrome-enhanced at every possible line and curve, including the side strip, full width of the grille, and rear lamp units. Optional Deluxe extras were a heater and two-tone body paint. The Anglia 105E Saloon series was quite a revolution. It got away from the old side valve engine, converting to a new overhead type that was capable of 75 miles per hour. Not only this, but Ford installed its first ever 4-speed gearbox used in a production saloon. What caused even more of a stir, though, was the radically styled reverse-sloping back window. Adding to the visibly American-influenced looks was a sharply sloping front and extended rear fins that helped make the 105 Anglia an altogether attractive and highly popular car. The range continued almost unchanged until the summer of '61, when the van variations were launched, shortly followed by the Ford Anglia Estate. The Estate version came about as a conversion project of the 105E Anglia Saloon. From the centre door pillars forward, there was no difference between the two models, but the Estate did provide a little extra load space for the heavier traveller. The saloon's original boot area measured just 10 cubic feet compared with the 35.4 cubic feet that could be gained out of the Estate once its hinged rear seats had been folded forward. Also, to cope with any extra weight in the boot, suspension was uprated and tyre size increased. Deluxe and standard cars were the two available options of this type. The next and much more powerful model added to the Anglia range was the 123E, otherwise known as the Super. Launched in 1962, the stylish Super used a larger 11.9cc version of the standard Anglia engines. Customers in Europe were offered a unique variant called the Anglia Sportsman, although the only real difference was a spare tyre mounted onto the back of the car, resembling the Continental kit style often seen in America. Borrowing from the sporty Ford Cortina, a new Synchromesh 4-speed gearbox was installed, and for the first time a heater and two-tone paint scheme were made standard. And so the Sportsman marked the end of a long and successful production life that spanned for over 20 years. During its day, the Ford Anglia was even a popular choice as a police works car. Reliable, functional and smart, the Anglia will faithfully remain as one of Ford's most cherished classics. The timing of the Ford Fiesta's arrival in 1976 couldn't have been better. Not only were small front-wheel drive cars becoming fashionable in the thriving European car market, but the first oil crisis had struck, and the need for more cost-effective vehicles was growing fast. Ford engineers went to great lengths to create a lightweight vehicle to ensure an economical running cost, and successfully came up with the goods when they produced a basic model that weighed just 1,545 pounds. During the development project, which was named Bobcat, Ford worked on the aerodynamic elements of the car. As well as moulding the rear of the roof slightly upwards, a lamellan grille was fitted, as first seen on an aerodynamically modified Capri. Utilising the build-up of air between 5 aerofoil-shaped slats, which created protective cushions, this clever device could shut out a good portion of oncoming rushing air when travelling at high speeds. The decision to name the car lay between a choice of two titles, the Fiesta and the Bravo. There's no prize for guessing which one of these was used, but later, with the advent of a limited edition series, Ford eventually got to use the Bravo name on the Fiesta model. The basic car included 2-speed wipers with washer, inertia reel front seat belts, an adjustable driver's backrest and folding rear seat, making the Fiesta a highly competent vehicle. As ever, Ford created models for their entire wide-ranging audience, offering the luxury L version with added convenience equipment, the S model sports package, and at the top of the range stood the Gear. The Fiesta used light and simple coil spring suspension to the rear with the McPherson system to the front, a popular choice of the 60s. At the beginning, engine capacity was either 957 or 1117 cc's with 53 brake horsepower. The smaller engine had a brake horsepower of 40, but a premium fuel version was also an option, adding a further 5 to this figure. Ford had chosen to stick with the old trustworthy Kent engine, and by the mid-1970s had introduced two bigger engines, a 1.3 litre unit and the 1.6 litre engine for the XR2. In order to adapt to the larger components the Fiesta required a more extensive cooling system, plus some modifications to the suspension and exhaust system, and the Fiesta ran like a baby. Using a Weber 3234 carburetor, the XR2 was an extremely nippy car, capable of reaching 105 miles per hour. It may not have been cheap at £5,500, but it was certainly popular, with more than 20,000 being sold. The great thing about the Fiesta was its easy maintenance. You only need to look inside the bonnet of one of these original creations to see that servicing the engine would be a relatively simple task for an enthusiast. With the first Mark I models being introduced, Ford had now set the precepts for the rest of the Fiesta range that would rapidly appear. The spectrum of model choice became quite extensive and continues to expand even today, but there were certain advancements in the Fiesta range that particularly stood out. The engine range continued to bloom, with the Valencia adding a Spanish edge to the Mark IIs in 1983, and a high-swirl compression engine in the Mark III series appeared in 1989. Aerodynamics gradually improved with smoother lines and more curvaceous bodies, and the Fiesta became fantastically good at cruising along motorways. But in January 1990, a true revelation occurred as a new kind of power entered the Fiesta's progression with the advent of the RS Turbo derivative. In terms of appearance, this car was almost identical to any other Fiesta, but with the XR2i bonnet vents and factory standard 3-spoke alloys, the Turbo was the one to steal the limelight. With its clean looks, superbly adapted turbo engine and electronic fuel injection, demand was high and sales successful. Even so, Ford had already set a 2-year time limit for the production run of the RS Turbo, and in keeping with their plan, it was discontinued in 1992. With the Turbo being sorely missed, the next RS Fiesta, the 1800, was called into action, being the first of its kind to use the new Z-Tech 16-valve engine. So, as we've seen, the Fiesta has undergone a dramatic transformation in specification and design since its Mark I days, although the priority still remains the same as ever: cost and efficiency. But this aim certainly hasn't compromised any other aspects of the Fiesta. With modern makes such as the Finesse and Silver displaying the latest styles and ModCon features, the Fiesta seems to be a long-standing champion of Ford's small car series. Promoted as the car you always promised yourself, the Ford Capri sparked a buzz of excitement, serving anybody who wanted an affordable yet sporty car with a practical and family-friendly design. The project, named Colt, initially aimed to design a car for Europe that would produce the same reaction and success as the Ford Mustang had previously had in America. With these precepts in mind, Ford developed an outstanding creation with an astute marketing ploy to match. With the launch of the Ford Capri in January 1969, the British public woke up to find the new arrival strategically parked in hundreds of places across the entire country. The choice seemed endless, and no car dealer could stock every option that was available. There was a range of different sized engines, from the 1300 to the 2000 GT, and soon there was the 3000 GT, which became the fastest production Ford car to be built in Britain at that time. If you wanted to dress the standard base car up, there was a choice of 3 different conversion packs. The X pack gave the customer extra equipment, the L was for luxury, and the R kit provided rally equipment, but it wasn't uncommon to see a combination of these specifications. Success in rallying certainly did no harm for the Capri's appeal, with the 4-wheel drive 3000 GT Special wowing television viewers in the Winter Rallycross series of '69. Later, Ford Germany developed an RS 2600 Capri with a V6 engine that went on to dominate the European Touring Car Championships for 2 consecutive years. Cologne in Germany and Halewood in the UK were the only 2 Ford sites to manufacture the Capri. In 1970, the most popular new European Ford car was a Capri, with almost 750,000 being produced by 1972. Various tweaks and alterations were made to the Mark I series of Capris over the years, including a power bulge bonnet, new rear suspension with anti-roll bar, as well as larger and more powerful lamps to the front and rear. Ford also introduced a 1.6-litre Kent engine to replace the overhead cam Pinto unit, whilst other general changes developed a softer ride with easier handling. By 1974, Ford was keen to develop even more dramatic enhancements, leading to the introduction of the Mark II Capri. The obvious difference was the new hatchback form, as opposed to the Mark I 4-seater coupe model. The hatchback allowed for a much greater storage capacity, although it wasn't necessarily to everyone's taste. Differing from its predecessor, the Mark II included larger front disc brakes, better electronics, as well as alternators fitted as standard instead of using dynamos. The 2-litre V4 engine was abandoned for the modern overhead cam Pinto 4, and the X, L and R packs were discontinued, as many found the concept quite annoying. Soon, the Ghia arrived on the scene, replacing the Capri GXL. It offered a range of extra features, such as an interior vinyl roof and rear screen wipers, being the epitome of pure luxury at the time. In March 1975, the S model joined the Capri range. A racy little number with gold-coloured alloy wheels, door handles and window mouldings. Customers could choose from a range of engines, with the 3-litre being the largest. Later refinements to the suspension and the addition of gas-filled rear shock absorbers gave an altogether smoother ride. In 1975, all British production came to a close, and manufacturing was sustained solely at the West German factory, from where the final Capri models were built. These included all of the previous Capri model types, which now moved on to the third generation. The range of the Mark III was similarly extensive to the last edition. Cameo, Calypso and Cabaret Specials were introduced, but enthusiasts were particularly impressed with the new 2.8 fuel injection Capri. With an impressive 0 to 60 in under 8 seconds, the 2.8 was the fastest production Ford in Europe at that time. But all was not entirely well for Ford Capri during the early 80s, and as sales dropped, the range slowly disintegrated. One of the last models was the Laser, but the final burst of Capri spirit came in the form of the 280 model, also named the Brooklands Capri. This car was based on the 2.8i Special, but with a good dose of luxury. The 280 was padded out in leather upholstery, leather-trimmed steering wheel, plus low-profile tyres and alloy wheels. Ford made sure that the last of the Capris went out in true style. With an impressive 18 years in production and well over 1.5 million built for sale, the Ford Capri is fondly remembered by all and continues to be enjoyed by enthusiasts everywhere. During the late 60s, Ford companies in Germany and the UK amalgamated to form Ford Europe, and with this came the arrival of the first Mark I Ford Escort in January 1968. Replacing the Anglia 105e, it became an immediate success, reaching an all-time high during the 80s as the world's best-selling car. Unlike its predecessor, the Ford Anglia, the original Escort used a brand new construction body shell and contained a 4-cylinder Kent engine with overhead valves, which came in either 1.1 or 1.3 litre capacity. Customers could choose from a variety of models, including an estate car and saloon, with either 2 or 4 doors, each one available in standard, deluxe and super variations that incorporated trim designs to suit their title. The year before the first Escort was released for sale, the Ford team in Borum's competition department thought it would be a good idea to put a Lotus Cortina twin-cam engine, gearbox and brakes into the new Escort body shell. It was a tight squeeze and the battery had to be moved to the boot, but it worked, and the Mark I twin-cam Escort performed superbly on the international rally scene. However, Ford wanted to achieve this kind of success using its own name-branded engine, and so the BDA was developed. Based on the Cosworth 4-valve Type A engine, the new design now used a 16-valve cross-flow unit, and Ford soon found a place for it in the new Escort RS 1600. The new RS model was produced alongside the twin cam at the Halewood factory in Liverpool until 1971, when the RS 1600 replaced twin cam production entirely. The powerful machine was a hit, but it was quite a specialised car, and Ford realised it could do even better if they created a similar vehicle that was more economical and practical for the everyday user, and so the Escort Mexico was born. Named after the 1970 London to Mexico World Cup rally, engineers put less emphasis on speed and power and went for a more durable type of car. This meant reverting to the cross-flow Kent engine and using a heavy-duty body shell. Even so, the engine was stroked up to 1834cc and driven through a ZF 5-speed gearbox, leaving no room for complaint. Ford now decided there was room in the Escort market to produce a vehicle that was speedier and more sophisticated than the Mexico, but cheaper and less complex than the RS 1600. A commercially orientated project, Ford created the RS 2000 with a 2-litre Pinto engine, plush interior design, and distinguishing wide decals along the boot, bonnet and sides. Ford had once again hit the nail on the head with demand soaring far beyond production figures, and so by 1975 the Mark II version had arrived. In fact, as Ford continued to provide customers with exactly what they wanted, the era of all Mark II Escorts subsequently arrived. A more contemporary and square-shaped body shell was introduced, and like the Mark I, there was a wide range of specifications and model types to choose from. This time, alternatives included a 1.6-litre Kent engine and automatic transmission, as well a 2-door estate and even a top-of-the-range gear model. Among the successful Mark II range lived the Escort Mexico, which followed in the same line as its forerunner. The significant difference was the more tuned Pinto engine. A truly definitive second-generation Escort was the RS 2000 with its unique droop-snoot nose panel and twin headlights. This model has now become quite a classic collectible. Although the Mark II range had come to an end by the 80s, the Ford team knew no limits, and outstanding models such as the ones mentioned today went on to pave the way for a long and healthy succession of Escorts. 1980 saw the arrival of the Mark III, a revolutionary designed hatchback, and the first mainstream Escort to feature front-wheel drive. The hot hatch variation, the XR3, sped to success, becoming a popular third-generation Escort. Luxurious and practical, this high performer incorporated all the elements any driver could possibly desire. And with a boost of power in 1983 from the addition of fuel injection, the XR3 became the XR3i. In the early 90s, receiving a new makeover, the Escort was relaunched. However, the European model didn't receive quite the overwhelming response that it had achieved previously. This may have had something to do with the bad boy racer image associated with the Ford Escort, although with famous names such as Princess Diana and the Duchess of York owning Escorts, Ford was doing something right. Today, Escorts old and new remain a very popular choice. Practical and fun, sporty and stylish, and what's more, there's a model to suit every taste. During the 1950s, Ford planned to develop a car for the middle range of the British motoring market, suitable to contend with the likes of the VAUXHALL Victor and A55 Cambridge, the then dominant models in this area. As a result, the introduction of the Ford Classic followed. Although a success, the Classic turned out to be a far more upmarket car than planned, so it was back to the drawing board once more. Ford's next project, codenamed the Archbishop, aimed to build an economical yet high-performance car whilst trying to stick to a modest production cost. Designers started by stripping down the Ford Classic and reducing its body weight by 15%. A Kent engine, stroked up to a capacity of 1198cc using a 3-bearing crankshaft, and by 1962 the first Ford Cortina of the 5-generation series had commenced mass production. Front suspension used the McPherson strut system, whilst leaf spring suspension with shockers made up the rear. The Cortina's stylish look was finished off with a distinctive tail light feature that was to become its definitive hallmark. By 1963, customers had the option of a 1500cc engine, which used a 5-bearing crankshaft. Originally available as a 2-door standard or deluxe, the Cortina was soon available as a 4-door. The Super Deluxe Lotus Cortina with twin-cam engine GT and estate versions were all introduced in 1963. It was with special thanks to the success of the Lotus and GT models on the rallying circuit that Ford's already impressive image continued to flourish. Developments of the Mark I were endless. In 1964, an interior ventilation system was fitted that could replace the air in the car every 40 seconds, a point made very clear in Ford's advertising literature. Other changes included the standardisation of windscreen washers, 9.5-inch disc brakes and a heater. Indicators and parking lights were also incorporated into the redesigned front grille, and in total, well over 1 million Mark I Cortinas had been produced by 1966. But this record was soon exceeded with the advent of the Mark II. The new contemporary styled model appeared in autumn 1966. Even though it was sitting on the same floor plan as the Mark I, its increased width made it look bigger. Apart from lighter steering, a tighter turning circle, and a few suspension alterations to compensate for the wider tracking, everything else stayed more or less the same. But of course, hot in pursuit of perfection, Ford soon started on further improvements. A significant change was the revision of the Kent engine, which incorporated a new cylinder head that meant combustion took place in the top of the piston crown instead of the cylinder chamber. The 1200 and the 1500cc engines were stroked up by another litre, and at the top of the range a maximum speed of 87 miles per hour could be achieved. The Mark II Lotus Cortina superseded the Mark II GT on the rally circuit, although the GT was given its chance to shine in the East African Safari Rally of '67, where it took second and third place, earning Ford the manufacturer's team prize. In the meantime, Japanese car imports were becoming highly popular, and British manufacturers were feeling the heat. Ford responded with vigour, and the Mark III Cortina made its debut appearance at the London Motor Show in 1970. With with an extra dose of glamour and luxury, no less than 35 variations of the Mark III were on offer. The executive models with velour upholstery, deep pile carpets and wood-finished interior were particularly popular, but today the Mark III has become quite a rarity. In 1976, the Mark III developed into the Cortina Mark IV with an identical floor plan and suspension. The choice remained extensive, but the new car now took on a squarer shape. This model had the shortest lifespan of all the Cortinas, but with the slight makeover by the early 80s, it continued its life as the Mark V. The top of this model range contained the most powerful engine of all the Cortinas, the 2.3 V6 with automatic transmission. The hard edges of the Mark IV were softened, with a curvier nose and new lamps, but other than this, the Mark V had no remarkable differences. The Cortina convertible had also come into play during this time and were available right across the model range. They were, however, quite scarce, and people have since made their own conversions. With the Cortina, Ford had created a car for all occasions, highly practical for family use, with the Lotus and GT derivatives making excellent choices for the rallying circuit. The last Mark V Cortina was produced in 1982, heralding the end of a long and most successful chapter in Ford's history. But here ends our exploration of the famous Ford car repertoire and the name that put the world on wheels. One glance along a row of parked cars and you're sure to find the famous oval-shaped Ford trademark on an array of vehicles, ranging from the familiar Fiestas and Escorts to the chic Ford Focus and adventurous Galaxy. First originating in the mind of Henry Ford's assistant engineer, this iconic badge has become one of the best-known corporate symbols to circulate the globe in the last 50 years. Today, Ford Motor Company has snapped up some of the top names in the industry, such as Jaguar, Aston Martin, Volvo and Land Rover. But who would have thought the Model T that had first set the ball rolling for Ford would make a second appearance almost 75 years after the original production had ended? As voted by an international panel of motoring journalists, the Model T was recently pronounced the car of the century, and what better excuse was needed to prompt its revival? A far cry from the 15 million that were originally produced worldwide, Ford built 6 new identical examples, naming the second edition the Model T 100. Since Henry Ford's first revolutionary Model T of 1908, the world of motoring has not once looked back. And in September 1946, Ford was honoured at the American Automotive's Golden Jubilee, where he was recognised for his major contribution to the motoring industry. But Henry Ford was an influential man in many other areas. Remembering his roots, Ford wanted to bridge the gap between the contrasting rural and industrial experiences, a highly topical issue for the age of industrialisation he was living in. He built small factories in Michigan where people could work during different seasons and still be able to maintain their rural life on the farm. He also explored various ways of incorporating agricultural products into the manufacturing of his automobiles, such as soybean-based plastic. These, among his other pursuits, which included running as candidate for the United States Senate, reflect the strong-willed and motivated character of Henry Ford that made him the success he was. The year before he died, in 1946, he was publicly rewarded for his efforts when the American Petroleum Institute presented him with a gold medal for his outstanding contributions to the welfare of humanity. Praise indeed for the man who did more than any other to popularise the motor car and make it accessible to one and all. Over the last 100 years, Henry Ford's influence has not only shaped the world of Ford Motors, but the entire industry of car manufacturing. Enthusiasts have cherished their Ford classics for many years, but with the rapid progression in technology, the car is entering a new era, and soon models such as the Anglia, Popular and Capri will become even more sought after. We can only wait to see what new creations and concept Ford has in store for the next 100 years, and discover which Ford cars of today will become the classics of tomorrow. As one of the most long-standing and successful motor companies Britain has ever known, VAUXHALL, alongside other great names of the car industry, makes up the foundation of the nation's unique motoring heritage. Over the years, VAUXHALL has produced a plethora of models, ranging from military transport and sports cars to family and commercial vehicles, and today we have the pleasure of exploring a handful of the most celebrated of these models. However, before we delve into a full inspection of our first featured model, let's just take a few moments to uncover the history that lies behind the famous VAUXHALL name and reveal the events that have made the company what it is today. Interestingly, Vauxhall Motors can trace its lineage back to South London in the late 19th century, where Vauxhall Ironworks produced a single-cylinder petrol engine for the Jabberwock, a small river launch. Vauxhall's first production motorcar made an appearance in 1903 with a non-reversing two-speed vehicle that featured a 5-horsepower engine, believed to be a direct descendant of the engine developed for the Jabberwock. Soon, Vauxhall, which also designed and manufactured other types of engines and machinery specifically for marine equipment, developed a separate division to concentrate on motorcar production, because it was feared the cars could be compromised by the diversity of the company's products. This decision gave way to the birth of Vauxhall Motors Limited. Going in to produce some great sporting successes, and what is now perhaps Vauxhall's most renowned vintage motor, the Prince Henry, the company went from strength to strength, and, akin to other car manufacturers of the time, Vauxhall also played a significant wartime role in the conflicts of both the First and Second World Wars. The Vauxhall plant at Luton, where the company had moved in 1905 as part of a major expansion programme, was heavily involved in the development of World War II aircraft, most notably the Halifax, Mosquito and Lancaster bombers and the jet engine. Unfortunately, and of course only to be expected, the Luton factory became a prime enemy target. In 1940, the German bombers were right on target, and Vauxhall Luton suffered a heavy bombardment, with 39 members of staff losing their lives, a tragic consequence of the valuable war work Vauxhall were undertaking. After the war, having previously moved away from making grand and exclusive performance cars, Vauxhall production was gradually re-established, and a succession of reliable quality cars suitable for the mass motoring market streamed off the production line. However, with only the best part of an hour to explore the finest and most memorable of these models, let's now move on to the first featured vehicle of the programme to discover the ins and outs of what has made Vauxhall cars so appealing to the masses. Some classic car models have exotic sounding names, whereas others are known by combinations of letters and numbers, yet these less instantly memorable models are often the best kept secret treasures of the vintage motoring world. This is definitely true of Vauxhall's 3098, which only the discerning classic car enthusiast will probably have ever heard of. The Vauxhall 3098 was in production between 1913 and 1922, and this remarkable specimen in striking red was manufactured in 1924. This was part of a new generation of Vauxhall cars, thanks to the inspired design work of L.H. Pomeroy, an engineering genius. As the 20th century advanced, Lawrence Pomeroy persuaded the management at Vauxhall that they needed to back a new sports car and look for success on the fast-developing Grand Prix racing circuits and in automobile trials. The result was the fondly named Prince Henry, first built in 1910, the forerunner to this truly lovely 3098, which could achieve speeds of up to 70 miles per hour. Incidentally, if you're trying to think of an English Prince Henry from this period in history, you're on the wrong track. The name actually came from a motoring reliability trial, the Tour of Prussia, a prestigious event that tested the competitors over 1,200 miles. The Prince of Prussia who instigated the trials was Henry, and as the Vauxhalls performed so well, they were nicknamed the Prince Henry in his honour. From the outset, the 3098 was considered better, faster and more practical than the Prince Henry, and even the earliest examples could reach 100 miles per hour, stripped out in racing form. In the first instance, the Vauxhall 3098 boasted a 4-cylinder, simple but effective side-valve engine that entered production in 1919 after the First World War. Although solidly built, weighing in at 2,690 pounds, the car was a touch on the heavy side, but it was undeniably a fast drive with impressive performance and good road handling capabilities. The only downside was the expensive price tag at £1,670, which at the time placed the 3098 in the same category as the Bentley 3 litre. This was a car for the serious driver, with plenty of money at their disposal to indulge a passion for speed, and with an engine capacity of over 4,500 cc's, they were never going to be disappointed. There were about 270 cars manufactured before there was a major design change in 1922, and as this 3098 dates back to 1924, it falls into this newer category. Known as the OE type rather than the E-type model, the main change was to the engine, which was converted to overhead valve operation. The brake horsepower rose from 90 to a rousing 115, and the performance definitely reflected this. However, despite the 3098's excellent speed, it didn't benefit from four-wheel brakes, and a modification was made in 1926 to offer a 120 brake horsepower version, thankfully with four-wheel brakes to control it. The last of the 3098s was produced in 1927, after 312 models of this particular variant had been unleashed on the motoring world, but the wind of change had been blowing from across the Atlantic. The American automobile giant, General Motors, which had been evolving since 1897, made a bid for the Luton-based Vauxhall. The English company was paid $2.5 million by the president of General Motors, A.P. Sloan Jr., and the future of Vauxhall post-World War I was assured. However, for the Vauxhall 3098 and Lawrence Pomeroy sporty designs in the higher price bracket, it was the end of the line. Once GM had taken over the Luton site, car design and development was aimed at the mass motoring market. By 1930, the first product of the merger, the Cadet, came in under the £300 mark, a big reduction when you compare it with the 3098's £1,670 some 10 years earlier. Driving was made more straightforward, with the introduction of Vauxhalls with synchromesh gearboxes, and the pioneering spirit so bravely introduced with the 3098 was lost in favour of practicality, as GM never allowed Vauxhall to experiment on this scale again. It's a real bonus to be able to offer a rare 3098 in this programme on Vauxhalls, particularly one as loved and treasured as this classic car, carefully preserved by its present owner as a legacy for future generations of Vauxhall enthusiasts to enjoy. By the mid-1930s, VAUXHALL had firmly established itself within Britain's motoring industry, and with approximately 6,000 employees working at its Luton factory, the company were preparing to introduce the D-range. With its previous move away from the upmarket sector and into producing more practical and economic vehicles, the arrival of VAUXHALL's more contemporary models, the DX and DY, would reaffirm its indelible imprint on the mass motoring market. Today, we have the opportunity to explore this fine 1937 DX VAUXHALL. With its 14 horsepower, 6-cylinder engine, the DX model was also known as the 14.6, whilst VAUXHALL's DY designation was assigned to the 12.6 models. Having been in its current owner's hands for roughly the past 10 years, this particular model has been completely rebuilt from what was once a heap of parts to this excellent restored classic. In its time, the car would have sold for around £220, making its family-friendly image even more alluring to the 1930s motorist. Adding further to the VAUXHALL 14's appeal was the replacement of the then conventional solid front axle and semi-elliptic springs with the Dubonnet-style independent front suspension. Originally designed by Frenchman Gustave Chedreux, the development of the suspension system was financed by ex-motorcar racer André Dubonnet. In order for VAUXHALL to implement the independent front suspension, General Motors, who'd taken VAUXHALL over in 1925, licensed a simplified version of the Dubonnet design to be built. Being among Britain's first medium-priced cars to have independent front suspension, the 14.6 not only broke new ground for VAUXHALL itself, but also for the whole of Britain's general motoring public. Promoted as the car that could step over bumps, and with advertising slogans that read, "Don't ride, glide," VAUXHALL made sure its new model was a more than suitable replacement for its predecessor, the Light 6. The Light 6, introduced in 1933, had proved to be an unprecedented success for VAUXHALL, with 250 of the vehicles leaving the Luton factory on the very first day of its release. After its launch, records show that 40% of all 14 horsepower cars on the road in the UK were VAUXHALLs, which was largely down to the popularity of the Light 6. With sales exceeding 20,000 in 1934, as well as an annual company turnover of 7 million, the DX and DY range had a lot to live up to. But with VAUXHALL's careful planning and hard work, this challenge was easily met. In 1935, during the first year of release, the DX and DY models quantified their success by leading company sales to rise well beyond 25,000 cars. Also on offer during this successful sales year was a 14 horsepower deluxe saloon model with sliding roof and a no-draft Fisher ventilation system. In 1937, the VAUXHALL 14 underwent a restyle, producing what today has been classed as the Series 2. VAUXHALL's DX range now included the 14 horsepower deluxe saloon, priced at £215, a slightly more expensive 14 horsepower deluxe touring saloon, and also the 14 horsepower Grosvenor foursome coupe that could be bought for the sum of £275. Also at this time, road tax for a 14 horsepower vehicle of any make was around £10 and 10 shillings, so altogether purchasing a VAUXHALL 14DX model was not a bad buy. Whilst retaining a cable braking system, the improved features of the Series 2 included a waterfall grille that replaced the Series 1 mesh grille, easy clean wheels that replaced the wire wheels, and the addition of a camshaft-driven windscreen wiper assembly. As the dawn of the Second World War approached, VAUXHALL switched its efforts to manufacturing equipment and vehicles for the armed forces, and civilian production was suspended. After the conflicts, however, motor production picked back up again, and VAUXHALL continued its pre-war model line in the form of the H, I and J types. The I-Type was launched in 1938 to replace the 12 horsepower DY model and featured an improved engine, whilst the J-Type, launched in 1939, continued VAUXHALL's 14 horsepower series and retained the 6-cylinder engine of the DX range. Differences between the J and DX models included the incorporation of a 3-speed fully synchronized gearbox and an integral body construction, which made the J-Type considerably lighter and, in turn, cheaper to run. Although today, this hasn't deterred the 21st century enthusiast from appreciating the qualities of the VAUXHALL DX. Noted for its smooth operation and comfortable design, the 14.6 with its independent front suspension marked a first for VAUXHALL, promoting success and widespread popularity. Today, now seen in a more nostalgic light, the unique character and craftsmanship of this fabulous car is admired by many and defines a momentous period in VAUXHALL's history. There's something definitely nostalgic about the appearance of the VAUXHALL 10. In point of fact, it's everything you would expect to see in a motorcar from the 1930s boom years. The age of steam, with the general public travelling everywhere by train, was beginning to spiral into a decline as automobiles for the masses started to become a viable alternative. The middle classes were thoroughly enjoying being able to drive themselves around the countryside, and VAUXHALL, relatively recently acquired by General Motors, focused on this new and very lucrative area of the market. The VAUXHALL 10 was truly trailblazing, as it was the first British manufactured car to incorporate an integral body and chassis to great effect. From the point of view of the drive of the car, the ride was much quieter, as noise levels were drastically reduced by the revolutionary design. Unusually, this was a major technological advance that actually reduced the cost of production, which VAUXHALL very wisely passed on to the consumer. With a remarkably reasonable price tag at £168, remember the 3098, which we've already had a look at from the 1920s, retailed at £1,670, the VAUXHALL 10 was set to become a phenomenal success. Also, the VAUXHALL 10 was a 10 for a very good reason. When it was introduced in 1937, engine size mattered. It was restricted by taxation, and a 10 horsepower vehicle meant that it fitted into a lower rated tax class. However, VAUXHALL very shrewdly kept the engine size small, whilst creating a car that had the feel of a much larger, more prestigious vehicle, and the plan worked. When the motoring press got hold of the first VAUXHALL 10 to road test, they were suitably impressed, and many a newly launched modern car would be envious of the reviews this revolutionary VAUXHALL received. The Motor magazine, the What Car of its day, said, "This is an extraordinary car. It seats 4 in comfort, exceeds 42 miles per gallon, and cannot fail to become one of the most popular cars on the British market." It was an accurate prediction indeed, because in the first 5 months, 10,000 VAUXHALL 10s were sold, and the customers who took delivery of their precious vehicles were delighted with their purchases. The VAUXHALL 10 was in production for a total of 3 years, and 55,000 were sold on a worldwide basis. They were surprisingly popular in New Zealand and Australia, where even today you'll find classic car collectors with a VAUXHALL 10 numbered amongst their prized possessions. As we take a close-up look at this much-loved VAUXHALL 10 in the heart of the English countryside, we've the perfect opportunity to consider exactly what made this particular model of VAUXHALL so popular, beyond the obvious price considerations. When VAUXHALL came up with the design for the 10, the goal had been to produce a car that would have independent front suspension and a low weight-to-size ratio. The front suspension was courtesy of enclosed torsion bars, and this, combined with semi-elliptic rear springs, made for an extremely comfortable ride. This was considered to be the ultimate modern car when compared to the opposition. It's hard to imagine today, but the VAUXHALL 10 relied upon a 3-speed gearbox, yet it was still capable of producing 75 miles per hour. Quite an achievement for the time, and, thankfully, with effective hydraulic brakes, it was a very safe vehicle for the ever-improving open roads of Britain. For the style-conscious, this delightful car boasted full leather upholstery, and there were even models with what was termed in the 1930s as a sunshine roof. More powerful models eventually superseded the VAUXHALL 10 when the road tax was no longer charged in relation to horsepower, but more on that subject will follow when we look at the next VAUXHALL selected for this programme. However, it mattered little that VAUXHALL, under the control of General Motors, had moved with the times, evolving to lead the way in the family car market, because the world was about to change beyond recognition, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. When Adolf Hitler storm-trooped his way into Poland in 1939, the British government had no alternative but to declare war on Germany. Britain became a nation at war, and the Vauxhall plant at Luton in Bedfordshire had more important things to worry about than designing and manufacturing the perfect family car. During the 6 years of the Second World War, the Luton factory did continue to produce the Vauxhall 10, but only 100 of them for government use, compared to the 250,000 4x4 trucks that were produced for the army. Also, tanks were in very short supply, and Vauxhall was called upon to rise to the challenge. The Churchill tank was created from drawing board to full production at Luton in just a year, which was a Herculean achievement. In all, 5,640 Churchill tanks were manufactured by Vauxhall, and 3,000 of the 38-ton mighty battle machines were returned to Luton for running repairs after sustaining damage during active service. This particular example of a Churchill tank is a long way from home, in Normandy, where it stands as a memorial commemorating the D-Day landings of 1944. As an interesting postscript on Vauxhall's war efforts, it wasn't only tanks that were produced. Every department found itself in the firing line as the body shop manufactured more than 5 million fuel cans, 4 million rocket engine parts, and 750,000 helmets. Even the design and styling team found themselves working on camouflage, inflatable decoy trucks, and string and canvas decoy aircraft. Returning to our classic Vauxhall 10, it's evident that the ingenuity of the designers behind its groundbreaking new style were very talented indeed. And when the war cry called the staff of Vauxhall to arms, they served their country with honour and pride. As our next proud owner presents his wonderfully restored Vauxhall J-Type, it may be difficult, initially, to see much difference between this model and the previous two Vauxhalls we've seen on parade. This is because, although his J-Type, dating back to 1948, is most definitely in the post-war category, it owes its design and styling to both the Vauxhall 14 and the Vauxhall 10 of the pre-war era. It would also have perhaps been helpful if these three crucial models in the Vauxhall story had been different colours, but we've had black, and then more black. It would no doubt delight that great motoring mogul Henry Ford, but when it comes to classic treasures like ones featured in this programme, choice is always limited to what survived. Also, it's important to remember that we're dealing with the period of history immediately prior to the Second World War and directly after, so black would, without question, have been the most common colour used in British car manufacturing, regardless of make or model. When the war finally came to an end in 1945, the British car industry had to pick up where it had left off 6 years earlier. Also, drivers were still strictly rationed with petrol coupons right up until 1950, and the government decreed that the majority of cars to come off the newly reopened production lines, including Vauxhalls from Luton, were exported to improve the country's bank balance. There was no room for design, innovation or anything fancy, and for VAUXHALL, modification of the 10 and 14 models proved to be their starting point. Eventually, the government changed car taxation from a horsepower-related system to a flat-rate system, and the classic VAUXHALL 10 could logically be upgraded with a more powerful engine. Firstly, the H-Type with its 12 horsepower took over from the 10, and then came the J-Type, which you see here today. This particular model is one of the last, having been manufactured in 1948, the final year of the J-Type's production. The don't ride, glide principle still held true, and with minor modifications rather than design innovations, the J-Type offered a number of improvements. Already enjoying the benefits of light handling thanks to the integral body construction, the addition of the extra horsepower with the 1781cc 6-cylinder engine gave the J-Type an extra edge. In fact, the J-Type is often called the VAUXHALL J146 as a direct result of the configuration. For the discerning driver, other modifications included the luxury of an adjustable steering column, adjustable footrests, and double-action shock absorbers. And all this was available for the competitive price of £220. Between 1938 and 1948, 30,511 VAUXHALL J-Types were produced, and had any of the original owners kept one of these classic cars, they would be delighted at what their investment would net them today. Collecting classic cars can be an absolute joy, and the car you see here being put through its paces has brought great pleasure to its owner. Unusually, when the car was purchased 5 years ago, most of the original bodywork was intact, with only a small amount of rust. The majority of cars of this type have required extensive restoration, and few with as many original features as this model actually exist. This is most definitely reflected in the value of the car, as this owner has at least doubled his investment in a very short space of time. However, as you can see for yourself, this is a mere technicality. This has been a question of finding an old, forgotten treasure and lovingly bringing it back to life. The joy of saving a classic car and the challenge of keeping it in the best possible condition is truly what it's all about. It's very gratifying for this owner to know the monetary value of this vehicle, but it's been a labour of love, and parting him from his car would be no easy task. It's also interesting to ask classic car owners for their top tips, and in this case it was concerning that dreaded scourge of the motorist of any era: rust. With this J-Type, life was made a lot easier, because there was minimal rust damage, and prevention is always better than cure. Okay, if you're happy to take on a complete restoration project, that's fine. But if you're taking your first steps towards classic car collecting, you might be glad of a few tips on how to spot potential rust problems before you buy. It's always worth getting to know other classic car owners. They're a friendly lot and better than any manual or encyclopedia. Many classics have specific problem rusting areas due to design factors, and fellow enthusiasts will point you in the right direction. But there are some useful general pointers that the owner of this beautiful J-Type has suggested. Front wings always need careful scrutiny when it comes to rust. Likewise, the areas immediately around the headlamps. Always watch out for seals leaking around the windscreen, because this will cause extensive corrosion. Doors are a little easier to cope with, as they can be replaced if the model you've chosen isn't too obscure, but do check that the door frames are okay. Always be wary of a seller who won't let you give a suspect area a gentle prod. And make sure you lift the carpet in the boot to check the floor and the rear wheel arches. If you're in any doubt, walk away and wait until you can find the soundest rust-free option. This wonderful J-Type is a perfect example of what can be achieved with a good purchase in the first place. So take your time and be realistic about your restoration abilities. If there was little development immediately after the war in the design department at VAUXHALL, it didn't take long for the creative juices to flow once more. The people of Britain were enjoying peace in their time, and the utilitarian make do and mend principles of the war years gave way to indulgence, luxury and style. Our next VAUXHALL is the epitome of elegance and post-war chic, and you can really get a sense of British optimism from this classic 1956 Velox. The first Velox appeared in 1948 alongside the Wyvern, and the VAUXHALL 10, 12 and 14 were phased out. The Wyvern retained the 12 horsepower engine from the H-Type, but the Velox L-Type was given a completely new 2.2 litre 6-cylinder engine. There was a growing fascination for things American, and of course the wartime alliance had done much to warm transatlantic relations. Just as Britain was enjoying a design revolution, so were the Americans, and with Hollywood influencing cinema goers once again and television beginning to make an impact, American style was something to aspire to. The first of the Veloxes showed the earliest signs of this American influence on British car design. There was a distinctly racy front end and fared-in headlights, but the steering column gear change was probably the most notable transatlantic import at this stage. Looking at this Velox today, it's evident that VAUXHALL were on the right track. This model, known as the E-Type, was restyled in 1951. Between its debut and the end of production in 1957, 342,000 of the newer styled cars had been manufactured at the VAUXHALL factory in Luton. With a new, full-width body shell design that boasted stylish front wings and distinctive lights, the Velox was a hit with the increasing numbers of British motorists taking to the road for pleasure as well as convenience. By 1953, VAUXHALL, just like the rest of Great Britain had put the war years firmly in the past, and a new sense of glamour was being celebrated. It was the company's golden jubilee, and they'd come an incredibly long way in just 50 years. From the first VAUXHALL of 1903, with its 5-horsepower chain-driven horizontal engine and no reverse gear, right through to the stylish Velox and other contemporary models, it had been a truly remarkable journey, as of course had been the entire first half of the 20th century. For VAUXHALL, the future was assured. 13,000 people were employed at the Luton factory, and annual production had reached a record high of 100,000 vehicles. The millionth VAUXHALL conveniently rolled off the production line in the Golden Jubilee year, which was perfect timing for the VAUXHALL PR gurus of the day. VAUXHALL's good fortune reflected that of the nation, and a major initiative was launched to expand. With an injection of £36 million, VAUXHALL became a force to be reckoned with, and when you take a closer look at the stylish lines and classic grace of this wonderful Velox, you can see why. For this owner, this particular Velox is rather special. When we mentioned earlier that classic car owners can be, to say the least, reluctant when it comes to parting with their vehicles, we weren't joking. With its distinctive big back window and silver straw paintwork, the car was sold by this owner, but he was delighted to get it back 8 years ago, and he certainly has no intention of parting with it again. With the early motor cars of the 20th century, it was still perceived by the average motorist that getting from A to B was as much as they could ask. But as you've seen for yourself, by the time it got to the Velox, there was much more on offer. This was, as the advertising department was keen to tell us, comfort with flexibility, and the drive was something very special. With its high-performance, short-stroke engine, this Velox is still a delight to drive, giving the impression of power coupled with ability. And if you're looking to start your own collection of classic cars without going too far back in time, this might just be the ideal choice. Classic cars are rarely bought to be the main form of family transport, so you can let your heart rule your head to a certain degree. If you have a particular model you're looking for, try joining an appropriate car club, because you'll soon discover any that are for sale. Classic car magazines are also very useful, as are classic car shows, but do keep your eyes peeled wherever you go. Adverts in newsagents' windows, for example, can uncover a well-loved and cared-for treasure. And, of course, the internet can not only help you find the perfect classic car to buy, but also turn up all the spare parts that you're likely to need to keep your vehicle running. The VAUXHALL Velox is very much a car of the post-war era of new prosperity, and a valuable addition to our VAUXHALL collection for this programme. It may not have the seniority of the 3098 or the nostalgic sentimentality of the VAUXHALL 10s and 14s, but it has all the glamour of a 1950s Hollywood film star and a comfortable, stylish ride that is worthy of preservation for many years to come. For our last Vauxhall, we're coming even more up to date, as this VX490 Victor can only be described as a true 1960s machine. Produced between 1961 and 64, this sporty version of the standard Victor was very popular, and later reincarnations of the VX490 were always sporty and most definitely a discerning driver's car. As the Velox E-Type that we've just been looking at was superseded by a more streamlined glossy model in 1957, the Vauxhall, with its distinctive wraparound windscreen and 4-cylinder 1.5 litre engine, came onto the scene. It was well received, and although the Victor is perhaps not the best known of all Vauxhalls, the penchant for a little alliteration was developing nicely, as later Vivas, Venturas and Vectras could prove. Ironically, by the time the Victor made its debut just 4 years after Vauxhall's Golden Jubilee, the workforce had doubled and the company's annual turnover had risen to 76 million. It had taken 50 years for Vauxhall to make its first million cars. It achieved a second million by 1959. Gone were the days of the 3098 with its exclusive price tag and even more exclusive number of customers. Vauxhall had become, just as GM intended, the cars of the motoring masses. With the encouragement of the government of the day, Vauxhall opened a second manufacturing plant at Ellesmere Port on Merseyside, and production output increased even more dramatically. This VX490 has a great sporty look, and its colour scheme certainly helps. Because of the classic lines and 1960s chic, which has enjoyed a fashion revival in recent years, this will always be a highly collectible car. The drive is surprisingly good for a car of this age, although all of the Victors were rapidly updated as motoring technology surged ahead. In 1964, more powerful engines were introduced, and in 1968, a completely new Victor was created, with either a 1.6 or a 2-litre engine. With a revolutionary inclined overhead cam, driven by a neoprene belt, it was the first production car in Britain to offer this feature. In fact, as Vauxhall celebrated its Golden Jubilee, the new FD Victor enjoyed great public acclaim, as The Times called it the star of the motor show, and it was actually voted British Car of the Year. A more powerful 3.3-litre 6 was created, called the Ventura, and when Victor models were revamped once more in the 1970s, the VX490 was again the sporty option. There are a number of Vauxhall owners and drivers clubs, and the VX490 does have a dedicated drivers club, where enthusiasts of the FD and FE series Victors are also very welcome. It's always worth checking out these organisations, as mentioned earlier, particularly for locating vehicles and spare parts. The Vauxhall VX490 Drivers Club actually publishes its own magazine and newsletter, and the events they organise can be very worthwhile and, more importantly, thoroughly enjoyable. It can't be stressed enough that other owners, whatever their chosen breed of classic car, are very useful to know. And as we enjoy watching this delightful Vauxhall VX490 taking to the open road, here are a few of the most commonly offered gems that our owners have come up with during the making of this programme. It might sound a bit boring when you're itching to get tinkering with your newly bought classic, but start a maintenance log, because it's easy to lose track of what you have, or more importantly, haven't done. Draw up a schedule of work and attend to the little things that are inexpensive as well as major servicing issues. On the subject of driving on the road, experienced classic car owners are well used to the impatience of modern speed freaks. For some reason, a classic vehicle pottering along is seen as a challenge to be overtaken at the earliest possible opportunity, whether it's safe or not. You'll have to second guess what the idiot on your tail is going to do next, and you can't assume they'll have any notion of what you might do, especially if you have semaphore indicators. Almost all of the drivers we've spoken to urge prospective purchasers of classic cars to work out where to store their newly acquired treasure, because they do the deed. Not only is it wise to confer with your nearest and dearest if you want to keep your work in progress on the front lawn, it can also quite literally keep you out of the divorce courts. Also, the worst thing you can do to any car, ancient or modern, is park it on grass and throw a plastic sheet over it. The damp will rise and have nowhere to go, and corrosion will be accelerated. A garage is pretty essential in most owners' opinions, or at the very least, a sheltered carport where you'll be comfortable working on your vehicle. But as we watch this VAUXHALL VX490 disappearing off into the distance, it's living proof that all the work involved in restoring a classic car is well worth the effort. Sadly, our time looking at these much-loved and treasured VAUXHALLs is drawing to a close, and having spanned much of the 20th century with models featured, we'll conclude by bringing the VAUXHALL story up to date. When the VAUXHALL Corporation turned their attention to a smaller car in the 1960s, alongside the Victors and Veluxes, the other great V, the Viva, was born. With its 1050cc engine, 100,000 Vivas were sold in less than a year, and it heralded the way of the future, a legacy that drivers are still enjoying to this day. The Viva was replaced by the first VAUXHALL hatchback, the Chevette, which enjoyed regular placing in the top 10 for UK car sales. A succession of new cars appeared, the much-loved Cavalier, the Royale and the Carlton, but the 1980s brought a decline in sales due to stiff competition from import markets, and the motor industry across the board suffered a crisis of confidence. Some great old British names like Austin never recovered, being swallowed up by Rover, but General Motors was not going to let VAUXHALL fall by the wayside. When others were battening down the hatches, GM came up with an immense investment programme that would take almost 7 years and millions of pounds to come to fruition. The new front-wheel drive Astra proved incredibly popular and is still in production today in an up-to-the-minute 21st century evolution. In direct competition with the Ford Fiesta, the Nova entered the small car market and performed superbly, and the present-day Corsa owes a great deal to its Nova ancestry. Losses were turned into profit, and VAUXHALL was a force to be reckoned with on a worldwide scale. In terms of character, originality and sheer bravery, many would argue that VAUXHALL's greatest hour came during World War II, when adaptability and resilience truly did come to the fore. Others would argue that the classic design capabilities of Lawrence Pomeroy, with his majestic Prince Henry and elegant 3098, epitomised the true spirit of VAUXHALL before General Motors moved the company in a different direction. Yet few could fail to give credit to the giant American corporation that took an, albeit thriving, English cottage industry and carried it right through to the 21st century and way beyond. You only have to see the proud emblem of the Griffin to realise that VAUXHALL's identity will always stand testimony to its heritage. It'll take some careful pronunciation here, but the emblem belonged to a soldier of the Middle Ages, one Fulk le Bront, who was granted a London manor by a grateful King of England. The manor house was known as Fulk's Hall, which over the years became known as VAUXHALL, and the name stuck to the whole district, which is of course where the very first Vauxhall cars originated. For classic car owners and modern Vauxhall enthusiasts alike, the strength and endurance of the distinctive griffin emblem on Vauxhall's well-polished livery is appropriate indeed. For as long as this mythical winged beast with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle proclaims Vauxhall's credentials, the company has every chance of creating even more classic cars for the collectors of the future.
There can't be too many pastimes as pleasurable and rewarding than that of the classic car owner. And as this programme will show, there certainly isn't a classic car quite like a Triumph. For the best part of the next hour, you can expect to see a hand-picked selection of Triumph's finest and take a front seat whilst they're put through their paces. Also awaiting our attention is the rich history that lies behind each model featured today. But for a moment, let's take a brief look at where it all started for Triumph. The story behind the famous name begins in the year 1885, when Siegfried Brittmann started to make and sell bicycles in the English city of Coventry. Brittmann built his first motorcycle in 1902, but it was almost 20 years after this that he branched out into the business of motorcars. Unable to commence manufacturing in his inappropriate multi-storey bike factory, Brittmann decided to buy the assets of the Dawson Car Company, which provided more suitable premises. Brittmann soon produced his first ever car, the Triumph Light, with a 1.9-litre engine.
However, it wasn't until the 1930s that the company officially acquired the name of Triumph Motor Company. Also making his way into the limelight was a young and ambitious gentleman named Donald Healey, who was becoming quite an achiever on the trial and rally circuit. Success in an international rally or acclaimed tournament was excellent publicity for a car manufacturer and a virtual guarantee of good sales. Triumph, competing in many events during the 1930s and earning a sporty reputation, saw how they could benefit from Healey's talents and approached him to drive the Triumph's Super 7 in Le Mans' 24-hour race. This marked the beginning of a good relationship between Triumph and Healey, and by 1934 he'd become the company's experimental manager. Healey's ideas always gave way to an exceptional car. His first Triumph creation was the Dolomite, a sleek two-seater with stretched bonnet and exposed chrome exhaust. The Dolomite name went on to grace a range of successful Triumph cars. Sheffield-based business T.W. Ward later purchased the Triumph company and placed Healey firmly at the top as general manager. However, with a world war looming overhead, the Triumph Motor Company felt the pressure and sadly went into liquidation in 1939. As we now know, this was far from the end for Triumph Motors. In fact, some of its best years lay ahead. Sir John Black, owner of the Standard Motor Company, bought the bombed-out Triumph factory in 1945, and with big plans in mind, Triumph engineers got straight to work. The next changeover occurred during the early 60s, when the company was taken over by British Leyland Motors. The Triumph creations that followed the Second World War now make up a magnificent collection of family, touring and sports cars, and today we have the pleasure of exploring some of these unique models. Although we only have time to look at a handful of these cars, you can be sure that the classics we've lined up for you make a fine collection worthy of a top place on any Triumph fan's list. So, without further ado, let's jump into the driving seat of our first featured Triumph Classic. The TR2 was the forerunner of a long and successful range of TR models and was responsible for popularising the Triumph name in America. The concept behind its creation was to make a cheap and cheerful sports car that would give rival companies a run for their money. Such aims were successfully achieved, and it's easy to see how when we take a look at this long door TR2 model made in January 1955. One of the first 1,000 to be made, this early model would have originally retailed at about £790. In 1976, however, this particular car was bought for an unbelievable bargain price of just £90. As the price may well tell you, back in 1976, this model did not resemble the gleaming, healthy specimen that we see today. Back then, as a young and enthusiastic 19-year-old, this Welsh-based Triumph collector had unknowingly taken on a 3-year restoration project. Initially, the car was purchased as a practical solution for getting a young man from A to B. Little did he know that the next few years would be a valuable learning curve that would result in his everlasting passion for the classic Triumph sports car. Just as this collector started off with a lot of hard work on his hands, so did the engineers and designers at Triumph. Sir John Black, managing director of Standard Motor Company, which took over Triumph, was motivated to create a rival sports car when Standard failed to take over the Morgan Company. This initiated the 20TS project in 1952. A tight budget restricted engineers and designers, and the 20TS prototype caused little excitement at the London Motor Show. However, Sir John Black was not perturbed, and a complete redesign was ordered. The new, improved model fashioned a more rigid, ladder-type chassis frame, longer body and bigger boot. A 4-speed gearbox and coil spring suspension were also installed. Thanks to the robust 4-cylinder engine with overhead valve, powerful enough to power a farm tractor, an impressive top speed of 100 miles per hour could be achieved. Demonstrating more speed, style and smoothness than the 20TS model, the TR2 was presented at the 1953 Geneva Motor Show. The first production TR2 rolled off the assembly line at Canley in August of that same year, during which only 250 cars were built. Owners of the early models, such as this TR2, experienced a slight problem when they found that on opening their car doors, the bottom would sometimes scrape along the curb. As a result, the early model became known as the long door TR2. 4,001 long door models were made in total. And in response to the problem, Triumph shortened the door skins, and the adjusted model became known as the small mouth short door car. This long door model took 3 years to restore, but upon completion, the owner decided to take it all apart and start over again. 3 years of self-teaching had opened up the exciting world of classic car restoration that's become addictive to so many people. Embarking upon a restoration project such as this, one may find that certain parts tend to be missing. TR2 restorers have found that the steering wheel, horn push and seats are common missing parts. The biggest problem that this TR2 enthusiast has encountered is rust. But as one can see, the rust hasn't won yet. How does this TR2 owner manage to keep the bodywork so vibrant and gleaming though? Expensive creams, waxes and modern equipment play no part. Think more along the lines of vinegar, water and newspaper. A simple solution of water and vinegar is made and polished over the paintwork with the newspaper. Hey presto, a good as new look is achieved, not a smudge or a smear in sight. One unique feature of owning such a machine is the absence of any keys. But who needs keys when you have a starter push button? In this day and age, some people may see this as a major disadvantage. Others would see this feature as a mark of originality and a sure sign of the timelessness of the classic TR2. Besides that, what better advantage is there than never being able to lose your car keys? To overcome any feelings of insecurity, an immobilizer device can be fitted, allowing the electrical circuit to be isolated from the starter push button. During its years in production, the TR2 attracted the budding sports car market on both sides of the Atlantic. Being successful in a number of rallies and races added to its popularity and stylish image. It executed an outright win at the 1954 RAC Rally of Great Britain, snapping up both first and second place. The TR2 proposed serious competition. Its top speed exceeded that of the MG's TF by 20 miles per hour, and with optional overdrive it could reach 108. The Road and Track magazine in America even recorded 0 to 60 miles per hour within 12.2 seconds. America was particularly impressed with this, not only fast, but also economical Triumph car, and the majority were exported to US dealers. Colours in the TR2 range included black, pearl white, British racing green, birch grey, olive, and of course the most popular of all, signal red. With slight changes in style and an increased engine power, the TR2 evolved into the TR3. This was the first mass-produced sports car to offer front-wheel disc brakes as standard. Further improvements led to the creation of the TR3A and TR3B, and then in 1961 the TR4. One of 8,628 to be produced, this TR2 has lived a long and dynamic life, travelling as far as Holland. It's a fine example of the stylish model that became forerunner to a line of successful TR collectibles, and displays all the glorious features that made the TR2 such a definitive model within the sports car market. In April 1959, the Triumph Herald was released for sale. Unbeknown to Triumph at this time, it would go on to have a very successful production run, spanning 12 years. This fabulous car, a 1360, was the last model type of this particular Triumph range, and displays all the advances in power and design that were eventually made into the Triumph Herald. Interestingly, the model number designation, 1360, reflects the approximate engine cubic capacity and maximum brake horsepower. Even before its evolution into the 1360 model, the Herald was still a cut above the rest, as it was the first mass-produced car in Britain to have all-round independent suspension. Here we can see the coil spring mechanism that constructs the front suspension. Another characteristic that made the Herald quite advanced for its time was its super tight turning circle, making it easy to get in and out of small spaces. The Herald was also fairly light to handle, a bonus in the days before power steering. Harry Webster was the mastermind behind the design of the Herald. However, unable to find a supply of solid unit construction body shells, Triumph had to think of an alternative. The option was to use separate body panels bolted and welded onto a separate chassis. Once the decision to do this had been made, Italian stylist Giovanni Nicolotti was called in to complete the design. Although slightly old-fashioned, the separate frame construction has its advantages, as it's possible to lift the whole front section just by unclipping two hinges on the wings. The very accessible engine makes it easy to carry out maintenance and repair work, something the owner of this classic car knows an awful lot about. When it was bought in May 1996, a lot of restoration work was needed, and back then the owner described it as a rust bucket. Today, we see a very different picture. In particular, the owner had to invest in new carpets, rubbers and upholstery. This model was off the road for almost 8 years after being sold for just £400. But as you can see, the time and effort spent on restoration has been well worth it. Triumph made full use of the separate body and chassis construction. Not only did this type of structure make for cheap and easy assembly in the factory, it was also very convenient for producing a whole range of Herald derivatives. The first Herald model was the coupe, soon joined by the more spacious saloon. And in March 1960, the convertible followed. Engines of the coupe and convertible were fitted with twin carburettors as standard, as this 1360 also displays, and later this became an option for the saloon. The 4-cylinder engine of this model with 1296cc is far larger and more powerful than that of the earlier engines. These only had a cubic capacity of 948 and were discontinued in 1964. Triumph didn't make a straightforward leap from the first Herald car to the more developed version like this 1360. The popular 1200 series and the less successful Herald S were both launched in 1961, followed by the 1250 Saloon in 1963. Sturdier frames, larger engines and stylistic revisions meant that bigger and better packages were offered each time. The ongoing improvements were spurred along by the competition that was ever looming, each car manufacturer striving to dominate the market. As we now sit back to experience the driving performance of this Triumph Herald, we can also take the time to explore the earlier models that paved the way for the more advanced 1360. Not only offering the Herald 1200 series in saloon, coupe and convertible versions, Triumph also introduced an estate car and courier van. Unfortunately, due to disappointing sales, the coupe model was soon dropped, becoming one of the rarest cars of the Herald range. But the 1200 series has a lot to be credited for. When launched in 1961, its 1100 47cc engine was thought to be an ideal choice for the Amphi car. Thoughts were soon turned into action, and in 1962, the first Amphi car to swim the British Channel contained the Herald 1200 engine. We must also consider the classic Vitesse, a close relation of the Herald family, often thought of as a more upmarket version. Launched in 1962, the Vitesse incorporated the sturdy frame of the Herald 1200 and a newly styled front section with a 6-cylinder engine shoehorned into place. In fact, the bonnet and front grille of this 1360 were designed in line with that of the Vitesse. The Triumph Herald also paved the way for some of the other all-time classics, such as the GT6 and Spitfire sports cars. The next step up from the 1200 was the 1250 Saloon. It beat the 0 to 60 miles per hour record of the 1200 series by 3 seconds, although this was soon left behind with the introduction of the 1360 in 1967. Production of the 1360 went on to replace that of all other Herald derivatives until 1971, when it was discontinued. With its unique character and practicalities, the Triumph Herald is highly regarded among today's classic car enthusiasts. Availability of spares is generally good, but obtaining original parts can be more difficult, with some panel work and early trim appearing to be the most problematic. Club support for the Herald is excellent. The Triumph Sport 6 Club based in Leicester, is a good one for any Triumph lover, but one of its primary aims is to promote the preservation of the Herald chassis. For what was once worth £400, this Triumph Herald is now valued between £2,000 and £3,000. Since it was made in 1969, it has been well cared for and well used, doing over 74,000 miles. This Herald owner would recommend any collector to visit one of the countrywide shows that cater for the Herald enthusiast. But above all, he advises anyone taking on a similar project to make sure it's okay with their wife first. Given the name, one may think that the TR7 is a direct descendant of the model range that was inspired by the TR2. As we can see from this drop-head coupe soft top, similarities are few and far between. The first TR7s, unlike this 1980 model, did not even fashion the typical sports car drop-down top. This was not a decision made solely by the designers. As you'll see, other factors influenced how the first models were to take their shape. First though, let's explore this superbly cared for 2-litre engine TR7. In 1993, one lucky enthusiast found himself an offer that was hard to refuse. While similar models were selling for £2,000 to £3,000, this one was bought for £1,750. 10 years later, and the restoration process continues. The headlights still remain a mystery to this collector due to the complicated wiring, and rusting has led to a new fuel tank being installed. This seems to be a weakness of the TR7, as water is able to drip into the petrol cap and rust the tank from the inside out. Nothing, though, can put this keen collector off as he continues to relish in the delight of restoring this fine classic. Enjoyed to the absolute maximum, this TR7 has clocked up a mileage of 78,000, taking regular trips across the Channel to France. A boot full of spares is always ready to hand for that unexpected emergency. As yet, however, they've never been needed. But let us now explore the concept behind the TR7 to discover how this model, with its definitive characteristics, came about. North America's avid sports car market was seen as the primary destination for the new model. With this in mind, British Leyland, parent company of Triumph at the time, took into account that new US legislation proposed to ban the use of convertible cars. Not only this, but the proposed legislation would also require minimum bumper and headlight heights, as well as bumpers that could withstand a 5-mile-per-hour crash. Harris Mann, stylist at the old Austin Morris Studios, was appointed principal TR7 designer and had to come up with something that would comply with the proposed legislation. Thus, in the January of 1975, the revolutionary wedge-like shape sports car was born. During this year, the TR7 was available for American export only, and in May the following year it went on sale to the rest of the world. The low front, high tail characteristics truly distinguish this particular TR model. In fact, advertisers based their campaigns on the unique shape, producing slogans such as "the shape of things to come" and "get into the shape." Very often, the car would simply be referred to as the shape. However, the wedge-like appearance was not to everybody's taste. On top of this, Triumph lovers were disappointed with the mere 4-cylinder engine and Morris Marina 4-speed gearbox. As it turned out, the proposed legislation that had influenced the TR7's design did not go through. This was not good news for the TR7, as the more traditional soft-top sports car, such as the TR6, Spitfire and MG, were still available. Triumph quickly addressed some of the criticisms by replacing the 4-speed gearbox with a Rover STI 5-speed box. Later, in 1979, the drop-top model was added. At first, it was available to American buyers only, but the following year this option was open to all. People tend to agree that the introduction of the soft-top version marked a turning point for the TR7, as it was now considered a real sports car. Despite its early problems, export sales, especially to America, did well, and overall, the TR7 became the most widely produced model of the TR range ever. The TR7 also enjoyed some success in rallying, for which Triumph fitted a twin-cam Dolomite sprint engine. For the normal road car, they decided to install a Rover V8 powered version, and this model became known as the TR8. A mere 2,497 of these models were made, available for export sale only. The new engine increased the top speed from 110 to 120 miles per hour, and it could do 0 to 60 in just 8.4 seconds. Such performance improvement enticed many TR7 owners to install the V8 engine themselves. This became a fad that's believed to have reached endemic heights. Other than the feeling of pride and pleasure of restoring and driving a classic car such as this, there are further perks to enjoy. One is the exemption of road tax, which applies to UK owners of classics made before 1973. Although this collector does not benefit from this particular bonus, he does enjoy a cheaper classic car insurance. If one opts for a limited mileage policy, then the insurance is lowest. Altogether, 3 different factories were responsible for manufacturing the TR7. Although this specimen started off life in the Speak factory at Liverpool, certain events led to its completion elsewhere. This was due to the labour strikes of the mid-1970s that affected Britain's automobile industry right across the board. Sabotage was common, and, unfortunately, the Speak factory suffered quite badly, leading to its permanent closure in 1978. Production continued at Canley. This is where today's model was finally finished. The third factory opened in Solihull, where, in October 1981, the last TR7 was made. The final model is now held at the British Motor Heritage Museum in Gaydon, Warwickshire. With its colourful history and revolutionary looks, the TR7 has accumulated a faithful following among today's Triumph fans, continually growing in popularity. This collector would certainly agree, and recommends any enthusiast to join one of the nationwide TR clubs. Many clubs publish an interesting and useful magazine, and members are always keen to offer their help and advice. automatically think of the famous World War II fighter aircraft at the mention of the Spitfire, but the Triumph fanatics amongst you will probably be thinking more along the lines of the all-time classic Triumph car. The exact details of how Triumph adopted the famous name have been lost in the realms of history, although it's thought that it could have been something to do with the company's role in producing Spitfire aircraft parts during the war. Unbelievably, when the owner of this now very fine-looking Spitfire made his investment, he paid just £500. Today though, after a grueling restoration project, it's now worth 9 times as much, being valued at £4,500. Built in 1974, this Mark V model makes up the collection of last-generation Spitfires that Triumph produced. The 5th generation models were looked upon as the most definitive Spitfire variant and were a mean contender for its ultimate rival, the MG Midget. The first model of this series was the Spitfire 4, although this isn't to be confused with the later Mark IV model. The number 4 in the original Spitfire's title simply refers to the amount of cylinders in the engine. Due to disruptions such as the company's near bankruptcy and the takeover by Leyland Motors, it was a close call as to whether the Spitfire would be produced at all. Designer Giovanni Michelotti was forced to abandon the original project named the Bomb, and it was only after a Leyland executive had inquired about what was beneath an old dust sheet in a corner of the workshop that the venture was able to continue. The first Spitfire was launched in 1962 at the London Motor Show and was an immediate success. It was also the perfect contender for Triumph's main competition at the time, the Austin Healey Sprite, and although the Spitfire was a little more expensive, the public was completely won over. The model was based on an old Shorten Herald chassis frame and allowed for a much lower, sporty feel. Unlike the Herald, the Spitfire's body panels were welded firmly together and attached to the frame, although the useful hinged bonnet, a popular feature of the Herald, remained in the design. It was a surefire hit in America, selling over 6,000 models during 1963. Just 2 years later, and over 9,000 had been sold in 1 year. For a compact, value-for-money 1960s sports car, the top speed of 92 miles per hour was something to be proud of. The 1965 Mark II Spitfire model was introduced as a response to the improved Austin Healey Sprite and MG Midget, and once again it was an outright success. With a more powerful Herald-derived 1147cc engine, additional door trims, and optional wire wheels and heating, more than 37,000 Mark II models rolled off the assembly line. A revised front grille and new badges were the most significant distinguishing features of this model. The greatly improved Mark III Spitfire began production in 1967. It had a larger 15-inch steering wheel, wood veneer dashboard, and to comply with new American safety legislation, this model also featured a raised front bumper. The most significant change, though, was probably the upgraded 1296cc engine. Staggeringly, over 65,000 Mark IIIs were produced, including the 100,000th Spitfire model ever to be made. The Mark III also came with a new and improved folding top, which was previously more of a build-it-yourself roof to be stowed away in the boot. The new roof was more or less permanently attached to the car. For the introduction of the 4th generation model, Michelotti basically performed an all-over body rework, producing a much more modern design. The wheel arches became slightly flared, the front less fussy in detail, and the windscreen dimensions increased upwards. The 12 bolts that had previously secured the welded body pieces were no longer needed, as the frame became integrated into the scuttle construction. The shape of the car was enhanced further still by replacing the two small bumpers on the rear corners with an all-in-one larger bumper. Stylists made further improvements to the roof, adding plastic mouldings for increased head protection. They also came up with a new hardtop version that offered a much flatter effect. By the end of its production run in 1974, the Mark IV Spitfire had become slightly underpowered. Although the 1493cc engine had been introduced onto the US market during the Mark IV series, emission regulations meant that the engine power was not given the room to reach its full potential. With a review of the situation, Triumph introduced the 5th generation series, the Spitfire 1500, which gave other markets around the world the option of the larger motor. Now mated to a Marina gearbox, the new engine could produce 71 brake horsepower, and for the first time in the Spitfire's history, the car could reach a top speed of 100 miles per hour. Thanks to improved torque, the car also gives a far more flexible drive. Over the following years, Triumph was particularly keen to keep up with the fashion of the times. In 1976, the company decided to reduce the flashes of metal and chrome by replacing the stainless steel windscreen wipers, along with the chromed door handles and mirrors, with a less conspicuous matte black furnishing. Further amendments the following year included the introduction of TR7 column stalks, and seat furnishings were kitted out in a cloth vinyl material. After 18 long years of production, British Leyland felt that the Spitfire could no longer contend with the increasingly competitive market. Also falling victim to the constraints of American safety and emissions legislation, the future of the Spitfire could sadly not be secured. The last Spitfire, an Inca Yellow 1500, rolled off Canley's assembly line in August 1980 and is now on display at the British Motor Heritage Museum in Gaydon. Made in Triumph's Coventry factory, this Mark I Stag has received much care and attention since it was purchased in June 1999 for £4,000. Since then, restoration has been an ongoing affair, but this hasn't compromised anything, as it's still been enjoyed to the full, clocking up a full 85,000 miles. Although mass production of the Triumph Stag began in 1970, the idea was planted several years before in 1964, when Giovanni Michelotti decided to create a car for the forthcoming Turin Motor Show. Already on good terms with Triumph, he approached engineering director Harry Webster to see if they had a surplus works vehicle that he could use as a basis. The result of Michelotti's stylish talents couldn't be more superbly displayed than in this 1972 model, one of about 3,500 to be produced in the UK that year. But it was still a few years after Michelotti's initial idea that the final model would be produced and assigned the Stag title. Originally, Harry Webster had provided Michelotti with an old Triumph 2000, hot off the racing circuit, where it had been a support vehicle for the Spitfires in Le Mans' 24-hour race. It was provided on the condition that Triumph could get first refusal if they thought they might want it for themselves. Whilst retaining the drivetrain, suspension and floor pan, Michelotti transformed the 2000 saloon model into a shorter, 4-seat, 2-door Grand Tourer. Once again, Michelotti had applied his unique flair, wowing the people at Triumph so much that the new creation was taken in and reviewed for mass production. It never did grace the Michelotti stand at the 1964 Turin Motor Show. Sales release was set for 1968, but the car, originally designed as a showpiece, was not quite ready as a production vehicle, and a few alterations had to be made before the public could safely get their hands on it. One change was the incorporation of an overhead bar to provide rollover protection and a secure, rigid frame. This T-bar has become a distinctive characterising feature of the Stag. At the same time as these developments were being made, Triumph was also producing an in-house engine, the 2.5-litre V8 with fuel injection, soon enlarged to a 3-litre capacity unit. Eventually, by June 1970, the Stag, featuring Triumph's new V8 engine, was available to the British public, and exports to America began the following year. The new Stag also featured all-round independent suspension, power steering, and a 4-speed manual gearbox with optional overdrive. The Mark I Stags made for the American market were slightly different, having lower power emission control and side marker lights, with the Stag motif positioned under the rear side lamp. Holding so much promise with its sleek appearance and stylistic hallmarks, the Stag was a potential hit. However, this was not to be. The main offender was the unreliable V8 engine that had a tendency to overheat and, at worst, explode, which was usually triggered by a blocked radiator. America was most unimpressed, and the number of warranty claims soared to a great height. In 1973, just 2 years after it had appeared, Triumph saw no other option than to remove the Stag from American showrooms altogether. In total, America imported about 3,900 of the cars. Early Mark I's also had a temperature warning light, but they proved so inaccurate that they had to be discontinued. Production factories were ordered to cut back the wire from the switch so that the lights would no longer be able to operate. Triumph was working hard to overcome the various problems, and, luckily for this Stag model, a new radiator had been installed by 1972. Another improvement made at this time was a redesigned air filter box. A heat-sensitive vacuum with a control flap was installed to draw in either hot or cold air, depending on the engine's need. With some further technical and cosmetic changes, the Mark II Stag models were introduced in February 1973. Among other alterations, gauge needles that had pointed down in the Mark I model now pointed up. The front seats were adjusted for headrest fixtures and a smaller steering wheel was fitted. A few changes were made to the engine, including a reshaped combustion chamber and a dome top added over the pistons. The manual with overdrive became standard in Mark II Stags and used a J-type overdrive as opposed to the A-type in the Mark I models. Other differences incorporated a laminated windscreen, the absence of side windows in the soft tops, and a stylistic tweaking of the interior designs. But even with such modifications, the Stag did not go on to be an outstanding marketing success. And although further minor improvements were continually made, Triumph discontinued production in June of 1977. In total, over 7 years, Triumph produced 25,877 of the Stag models. Today, the Stag evokes a much happier story and is a greatly celebrated model of the Triumph range. As we can see for ourselves, with proper care and attention, the Stag performs to a superb standard. The original maximum speed of 120 miles per hour and a 0 to 60 of 9.3 seconds could certainly give some vehicles on the road today a run for their money. Restoring a classic car is always a satisfying process, and anyone embarking on a project of their own will be pleased to know that obtaining spare parts for a Stag model shouldn't prove too problematic. Embraced by thousands of loyal devotees, the Stag has become a true Triumph classic, with a whole network of clubs at home and abroad to pursue interests and gain knowledge. Events for the Stag are held at both local and international levels and can vary from a day of competitions and fun social activities to a weekend break on the continent. And so, this sadly marks the end of our Triumph Classics tour. The company continued to deliver style and quality to the ever-demanding international car market for some time, until finally, in 1981, the company embarked on a joint venture with Japanese company Honda and produced the Acclaim. The Acclaim was sold in 3 different models, the HL, HLS and Automatic, and with its 4-cylinder engine had a brake horsepower of 70. Lasting a total production run of 3 years, the Acclaim was the last ever model to wear the Triumph badge. To recap on some of Triumph's most distinguishing features, such as the unbeatable Spitfire, the notorious V8 engine, not to mention Michelotti's stylish curves and angles, define just a few of the factors that have made the Triumph name so famous and well celebrated. With today's thriving market of classic car collectors, Triumph has truly come into its glory and is a popular choice among thousands. There's still a whole range of fabulous Triumph cars out there waiting to be explored, including the Mayflower, Southern Cross, Roadster and the TR8 Special that was made for the 1981 Le Mans 24-hour race. There's also the oldest surviving Triumph, the 1923 1020, of which there's only one known example left. But only having had time to explore a handful of Triumph's finest cars may have left some of you wanting a little bit extra. So, for anyone wanting to get even more upfront and personal, why not make it over to the Gaydon Motor Heritage Centre or a specialised Triumph event? With a quick surf through cyberspace, you're more than likely to find one taking place close to your area. You could think of joining a club, or if you haven't done so already, why not invest in one of these beauties for yourself? Remember, buying a classic Triumph, or any classic car for that matter, doesn't have to break the bank, as there's always a bargain to be found. There are also some huge benefits from owning a classic car. For one, you can make use of the excellently valued insurance policies on offer for all classic models, to mention the free road tax for British-based owners of cars over a certain age. Collecting, or simply being an enthusiast, can also be a very sociable pastime, and reusing a car that might have otherwise been sent to the scrap heap is an excellent bonus for the environment too. So, if you are looking for a little encouragement to justify an investment in a Triumph, or simply wishing to relish in the world of this renowned marque for the best part of an hour, you can feel assured you've been given an access all areas tour of some of the most distinguished models. From Triumph's early heydays to its popularity in the most stylish of classic car collections, there is no doubt that the Triumph name is here to stay.